Hey, you. Yeah, you.
I opened a SoFi Money account, and it was the first time that I realized
reason for it.
Yes. Yeah. For me, it's the connection between a few different things.
Danny in London, how are you?
Hi, Danny.
Hey, Jenna, thank you for having me back.
Absolutely.
You can hear me okay?
We can.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in London on Friday.
I heard. I thought you were in Cambridge at some point.
I will be. I'm arriving. I haven't looked at the flights. I'll be arriving and checking into a hotel on the edge of London, and then I think I'm going to be doing Justin Brierley's podcast that day.
Okay.
And then the next day, the 14th, is Cambridge. But I will be in and around London for at least a few hours in the first night.
Okay. Are you? Is it like you're doing a speaking event on the Saturday? Is it like in the evening or something?
The Cambridge Skeptics anniversary event. I think it is a number of speakers over the course of the day, if I'm recalling it correctly. I really should know since this was my last show before I leave. But anyway, what have you got for us, Danny?
Okay. Well, I was a big. I still am a fan of the show because I do admire skepticism, and I was a big anti-theist for many years up until about a year ago, and I'm now a believing person.
Well, what convinced you? I mean, because as a skeptic, my view is that I'm happy to change my mind once there's good reason for it.
Yes. Yeah. For me, it's the connection between a few different things. I want to be honourable to the person I spoke to on the phone and stick to the thing I said I was going to speak to unless I had your permission to kind of waffle about what I think I waffled last time I called in, and me and Don ended up getting down and rabbit hole on one little element of the claim that the God of Abraham makes. And the thing that sticks out to me that makes it extraordinary is the connection between the claims and the way that the claims interact with each other. So, for example, the world will bless themselves by your forefathers, and therefore they will know, I will bless those who bless you and curse those who curse you. But they're going to despise, they're not going to join you, which you think they will, because, Matthew is technically a Jewish name, and they're
Why would you think they would?
Well, think about, because you're going to be blessed. I'm God. I'm going to bless those who bless you and curse those who curse you. So if you're a 15th
right, but we're talking about. We're talking. Forgive me for a second. So look at let's say I'm assuming that you don't think the Earth is flat.
Definitely not.
Okay. Would you at least acknowledge that the flat earthers are having conferences? There's more and more people involved, and that they will say things like, look at them mocking us, they're not going to join us. And then they tie that as if the reason that they're being mocked is because of a conspiracy. If you were going to try to convince people to adhere to something, knew that this was going to be something that people would deride, then it seems that one prophylactic to alleviate that suspicion, this is how cons work, is to say, hey, people are going to, mock you for this belief, and they're not going to agree with you, but that just shows that you're sincere and that you're doing it right.
I hear you. Yet this actually happens in the opposite, in the sense that they will bless themselves through they will bless themselves through your forefathers. It's like the flat earther saying the world will bless themselves through our work. And our God says, I will curse those who curse you and bless those who bless you. And imagine being an early Gentile recipient of the Jewish texts, right, in certain parts of Europe. And you're kind of thinking, if you're going to leave your pagan world, unless you really like your bacon, you're probably going to go, well, actually, yeah, I kind of want to be at the core of that. Because supposedly you're my treasure, so it's kind of different in that respect, but you're going to remain few in number, and they'll despise and persecute you.
But there are people
contradictory.
There are people flocking to the flat Earth movement. There are probably, based on some statistics I recently saw, probably more people who question whether the Earth is round or believe that the Earth is flat than there are open atheists that use the atheist label. So it's you have an idea.
I think that's a bit of a straw man, and I don't want to just use that term because the people that are flocking to
It's not a straw man
movement.
It's not a straw man. If you're so here's the thing. It doesn't matter. Flat Earth, Jesus, Yahweh, whatever. Here's an idea.
Stick to your example.
Well,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, here's an idea. Some people are going to convert to it, and that's what's happened with Christianity. It went from a few like 10 apostles running around to the largest, or perhaps second largest, depending on how you're going to measure it, religion on the planet.
Abrahamic monotheism is is 50% of the. I guess even though the babies are included in that, right?
Well, I would argue that a good chunk of the Abrahamic religions aren't in fact monotheism. I don't think Judaism is monotheistic. But
okay, well,
that's an argument about what to call it. What I'm saying is, here's an idea. It grows really quickly. It expands. There are people who come in there. It just makes sense that we're not ever going to be in a position where everybody's going to accept a thing.
Mm-hmm.
People don't need to accept, the fact that we've been to the moon or anything like that. So it's not surprising to say, hey, people are going to mock you for this. And then when they get mocked,
not the same map. Sorry.
Hang on, no, let me fucking finish. It's not surprising that people are going to say, hey, people are going to mock you for this. And when the mocking happens, people will take that as affirmation of a prediction when there's no evidence that this was a prediction made that came true in any remarkable sense. So if there's nothing remarkable about it, I don't know why you would use this as if it were something remarkable.
Because because they're the same people. The people who are following it are the people who are not mocking it but persecuting them. It's the same people. The people will follow your God and they will despise and persecute you. I do believe that your example isn't actually applicable.
First of all, I need you to explain that a little bit more, but I don't see how that's a rebuttal at all.
You're making the statement that some people will ahead of time say, hey, I have this idea, and to make it easier on ourselves and our in-group, hey, there are going to be people who mock us. Right? It's like a kind of a political thing. They're going to be, we're on the in-group, people on the out-group, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what you're saying. But Moses, or in fact, it's claimed to be the God of Abraham himself, so it means even more.
Sunday morning,
The world will
quarantine streams.
They will follow your God. They will follow they will follow it. They will bless themselves by your forefathers. But they will persecute you. It's the same people.
Quarantine streams while I steam.
Loads of people will.
You know what I'm saying? Got to steam it up early in the morning. Get ready for this art.
The world doesn't come to believe anything.
The families, I'm sure you agree. It's okay to make a hyperbole.
Sure, but also you're ignoring. You are selectively ignoring and dismissing the fact that this is also unremarkable. There are thousands of denominations of Christianity. There are constant infighting.
It's the same God. It's the God of Abraham. It's the God of Abraham.
So fucking what? That doesn't matter. It is. It doesn't.
It is because
it doesn't. No.
Why do you think it matters so much?
Well, because he's saying to Abraham, the families of the earth will bless themselves by you.
Yeah.
And then he's saying this to their children, to their offspring, those same people.
Yes.
So the people that are.
This is not remarkable, Danny.
Yeah.
If you'd let me finish.
Them persecuted.
If you let me finish, this is not remarkable. This is not.
The opposite of what you're saying is that people join.
It's not the opposite. Shut up for a second.
Danny, do you want to learn anything and have a conversation, or do you want to just talk?
Go ahead.
Okay.
How is it remarkable that a bunch of people who would believe in the same God would disagree on specifics about that God?
We're the most persecuted people over thousands of years. And
That
is
is
that
not
relevant?
remotely a fucking answer to my question. How is it remarkable?
It is, because it's
No,
not
I swear, Danny, I'm about to hang up. How is it remarkable that people who believe in the same God would also disagree about specifics of that God? This is human nature. We see this happen all the time. It's the reason there are Hindu sects. It's the reason there are Buddhist sects. It's the reason there are Judaic sects. It's the reason there are Christian sects. It doesn't matter that you can lump them into a group and say, well, you're all appealing to the same God. Yes, of course it's normal for them to disagree on things when the God they believe in has not engaged with them and made it clear as to what it is they're supposed to believe.
is disagreeing the same as despite being persecuted?
Yes. If there's a power base, let me finish. If I am convinced that my understanding of God is correct and Jenna's understanding of God is incorrect, and her understanding of God will lead to the damnation and ruination of the planet or the Jewish people or whatever it is, then yes, it absolutely makes sense that I would oppose her and persecute her because she is perverting what God really is. This is wholly unremarkable. This is the history of religion.
Can I answer? In this scenario, the claim is being made that you will believe that God will bless those who bless her.
What?
You're being...
What I believe is irrelevant. Can you demonstrate that there is a God who has ever blessed or ever persecuted, or a God who has blessed or cursed anyone, ever?
Well, in terms of seeing a hand coming out of the sky, it sounds like what you would be...
Do you have a better example?
But, well, all of the nations that have persecuted the Jews are now blocked, pretty much, and the Arabs are disarray. And I know that you would see it...
Prove that God did that. Whether or not you believe God did that, is irrelevant to whether or not God actually did that.
But the call I'm making is about how would Moses know that the families of the earth... Abraham was a random guy walking around in the desert, and the basis of him being this person that future generations... I mean, he wasn't the king of Egypt. He wasn't the Pharaoh of Egypt. He wasn't the king of Babylon. He was a random guy walking through the desert, and on the basis of this happening is you've got to leave everything. You've got to leave your inheritance.
Okay. Hold on. What if you're wrong?
And that's the reason.
Hold on, Danny. What if you're wrong about that?
What if I'm wrong? I mean, we've heard that being done the other way around. I don't know what you mean.
What if you're wrong about this thing that happened to Abraham, and what if you're wrong about these facts that you're claiming?
See, here's the thing. You are looking at a story written well after all of the events and interpreting it as if it was an actual literal narrative that Moses actually did this or said this, that even existed, that Abraham existed, that these things happened, and you're also excluding the post hoc explanation, which is, of all the people that might have been told, you will be the foundation of the future. This is one, the only reason we're paying attention to is because that religion is the one that won out and became the foundation to that. The other religions go away and you never hear about them, and you don't hear about how many predictions there were about those. But you have two problems here. You have two problems here. One, you can't demonstrate that any of this happened, including Moses, Abraham, anything else. All you have is a story after the fact being told by the people who would like for you to believe it. And so now they're writing that Moses prophesied what eventually came to pass.
So, after the fact, one of the earliest, the earliest fragments are 700 BC, so it's a long time before the Holocaust. Couldn't have known that we'd remain few in number. 1,000 years ago, we were the same population.
Did you listen to what Matt just said?
No.
Did you listen to what Matt just said?
Yeah,
What did he say?
To my point.
What did he say?
He's essentially saying you're shooting an arrow into a tree and drawing a circle around it. People, the ones that get ignored, the ones that don't live on, but they actually don't have the prophecies. Nostradamus had waffling prophecies. You see, look at the other religions. They don't really have these specific, substantial, and the point is oxymoronic prophecies.
No, well, okay, this is now a waste of time, Danny. complete waste of time. This is now a complete waste of time because not only do I not think that these are oxymoronic, but I actually pointed out that what we're discussing is absolutely predictable according to human nature, that religions are going to struggle. To make a prediction that a particular religion is going to become popular and there will be struggles against it, goodbye. There's nothing remarkable about this. Let me tell you about prophecy. If you're going to make an appeal to prophecy, first of all, the prophecy needs to be specific. He mentioned the Holocaust. There's nothing specific about the Holocaust. You're taking generalized persecution of the Jews and looking at the Holocaust and saying, look, it fits the pattern, it fits the pattern. Okay, maybe Jews are assholes and they promote this sort of persecution. Maybe it's got nothing to do with the truth of their religion or anything else. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying you could have any one of those explanations and follow it through to that. A prophecy needs to be specific. It needs to be answerable by a single occurrence without interpretation. Saying it can't be something that people are actively working toward. I prophesy that there'll be a woman president in the United States. Okay, that's wholly. I don't know. It would be remarkable since it hasn't happened yet, but it doesn't seem like it's remotely remarkable now. 100 years ago, it might have been a much more remarkable prediction, but that doesn't mean that the person making the prediction knew that this is going to come true. The other thing is, let's say there was a prediction and it was specific. It was like Tyre will be utterly destroyed. Oh, wait, there's a prediction in the Bible that didn't actually come true. So let me pick out something else. A person with this specific name will rise to prominence in a country that has yet to be founded. Oh, wait, that's not very specific either because countries fall down, new countries are raised. But make it as specific as you want. On December 8th, 2019, Matt Dillahunty will give an explanation on the atheist experience against prophecy. Now, if somebody had written down that prediction 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago, we'll just go 100 years ago. I wasn't born, the show didn't exist. That's specific and it's answerable by this circumstance. Now you have to say, how is it that somebody made this prediction and it came true? Did this person who made this prediction actually know this? Did they get it right? Was it coincidence? Was this prediction in the public eye so that people knew about this, so that they eventually named somebody? And how many Matthew Dillahunties are there? Well, there's at least 2 in Austin, or there were. I know because he got my hate mail for a while. So you have to go through all of those things, and even if you get to the point where it's like, all the specifics of this are so remarkable. I don't know how this person could have made this prediction and it ultimately came true. That's the answer. I don't know. You don't get to just say, therefore, because I can't explain it, there must be a supernatural explanation. And because there's a supernatural explanation, it must be this particular supernatural explanation. Not time machines, not space aliens. It must be my God. This is where you are falling down, Danny, because you see things and you are drawing connections in your mind and you are making an erroneous a declaration that these things are remarkable when they're not. The entire history of humanity is one of struggle and disagreement, especially as it pertains to religion. You are cherry-picking this particular religion and then cherry-picking from things that may or may not be prophecy. Taking the things that seem to fit and saying, this is just so remarkable, it must be God. Well, let's take that a step further. Where the fuck is your God? Why on earth, if your God exists and he wants people to know he exists, would he make vague prophecies, hide them away, put them in a book, let people work towards them, and then have you, in all of your glorious wisdom, call in to a public access or a community-produced television program as if this were proof of God? Why doesn't your God reveal himself to everybody else? Either there's a God that actually wants people to know he exists, or there's not. And if God wants people to know that he exists, or she exists, or they exist, or whatever, wouldn't it be better to just make that revelation rather than keep hiding away secret messages in books, waiting for somebody like you to come along and connect the dots? Maybe they're just dots. Maybe it's just like when people in antiquity looked up at the sky and saw the stars. They connected dots and created constellations and invented gods to fit those constellations. Your dots are just words in a book. You can't prove these things ever happened. You are engaged in the let me make a constellation God fallacy, which if it doesn't exist, it should.
Woo! Yeah, what he said.
Okay. That
was up, but they've been taking it down. Just a little information for y'all.
Going on. Now that the coronavirus is actually infecting my family by shutting schools down and shutting down schools across the nation, something just since the beginning hasn't seemed right with this coronavirus. And now looking at the recommendations of how to kill it.
Good evening and welcome to the Grab Debate. My name is Malcolm Taylor. And together with Joseph Stanfield, Arnold Duff, and Nadine Kelly, we've organized a debate for about the week. However, you're here tonight to hear an exchange of views and enlightened discussion, or just a good show. I know you're not here to hear us say the long speech from undergraduates all over the district. First, allow me to recognize those in the Notre Dame community who made this debate possible. The God Debate Team is sponsored by the Institute for Scholarship and the Liberal Arts and the Henkels Lecture Series, with additional generous support by the College of Arts and Writers, the College of Science, and the College of Business. Campus Ministry, the Classics Department, the History Department, the Program of Liberal Studies, and Chemistry. The Center for Civil and Human Rights, ILS, and the Department of German and Russian. The Center for Philosophy of Religion, the Center for Undergraduate Scholarly Engagement, the Rooney Center for American Democracy, the Dillon Family Honors Program, and Learning Beyond Classroom. Finally, I would just like to read you a quick passage that beautifully sums up the reason why we are here tonight. Kenneth Burke writes this in the Philosophy of Literary Form. Imagine that you enter a parlor. You come late. When you arrive, others have long preceded you, and they are engaged in a heated discussion. A discussion too heated for them to pause and tell you exactly what it is about. In fact, the discussion had already begun long before any of them got there, so that no one present is qualified to retrace for you all the steps that have gone before. You listen for a while until you decide that you've caught the tenor of the argument, and then you put in your order. Someone answers, you answer him. Another comes to your defense. Another aligns himself against you. To either the embarrassment or gratification of your opponent, depending on the quality of your ally's assistance. However, the discussion is interminable. The hour grows late, and you must depart. And you do depart, with the discussion still vigorously in progress. Now, please join me in welcoming two more to our discussion. Sam Harris and William Lane Craig. And please welcome our moderator, Professor Mike Ray from the Center for Philosophy of Religion.
Would punish this person and not punish this person when everything about tells you that this person is a sick, evil predator and this person is an innocent, good-hearted individual. Can you even remotely conceive of that? And why would you care that somebody else can?
What I'm saying is if God can judge a rapist or a murderer, what makes you think he can't judge us?
Why does God have this right?
Because he's God. I mean, if he's going to judge the rapist and the murderer, how are you going to tell him that he can't judge me or you?
How does that make him any different from a mafia boss? I mean, if I'm the mafia boss and I come and say, you're going to pay this much vig or I'm going to break your legs, guess what? You pay that vig and I get to judge you because I'm the boss. If you had kids, would you ever build a torture chamber in your basement and torture them endlessly if they didn't love you? Do you think...
I don't want to get to the subject of hell. I agree.
Oh, of course you don't, because it shows the weakness of what you're saying. You're saying that God brought you into this world, he can take you out. God is the ultimate boss, and he can do with you what you want. And I say that with that kind of power comes responsibility, and it's patently absurd to go ahead and grant to some deity, whether he exists or not, that he has the right to treat the person who lied and the person who raped.
All right, Sunday morning with the quarantine streams. Yo, motherfuckers is crazy. So there's this, I don't know, my homeboy talking about ladies drop a picture of a meal you cook. Yo, some of these bitches can't cook, yo. If I was them, I wouldn't have had never posted there no damn picture like that talking about a meal you cook. There's certain shit you don't need to. This motherfucker posted a goddamn picture of some waffles. Bitch, them shits come in a pack, and you put them shits in the toaster. You ain't really cooked them damn waffles. What the hell kind of shit is that? Like somebody else had, like, pancakes and eggs. Like, really? That's what you call a real fucking meal? This shit right here don't even look good, yo. That shit got like some weird ass sauce on it. I'm really biased to food because I know how to fucking cook, yo. And then a lot of these people just cooking, like showing pictures of shrimp. You don't really got to do shit to shrimp either, man. You steam that shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, that shit ain't hard to cook. I want to see somebody cook a goddamn, a roast or some lamb chops. This bitch right here got a pot with some Brussels sprouts in it. What the hell is that? I don't know, man. Damn. What the fuck? Yo, this is the weirdest shit I've ever seen, bro. I can't even explain this. I'm not even gonna say what the fuck I just watched. That shit feels weird as shit. Like, yo, these coronavirus challenges are stupid as fuck too, yo. Motherfuckers licking toilets, licking doorknobs. Then I seen one shit. Everybody has one fucking lollipop or blow pop or whatever, and everybody's like licking it and passing it to the next person. They lick it, and like 15 people lick this shit. I don't know, man. I don't trust nobody that goddamn much. A whole group of 15 people, all y'all lick the same fucking lollipop? No, thank you. I'm good. I don't want any of that.
Equally, as if they've committed equal wrongs. It's absurd, and you fundamentally know it. The judgment power of God. He can judge all of us. And I say you can't judge any of us, whether he exists or not. There you go. I didn't say that God was limited in what he could judge by those standards.
I'm still trying to figure out why Wig Split about to cook some pork chops at 9 o'clock in the morning. You getting ready for lunch already? Are you having pork chop and biscuit sandwich for breakfast? Or it's early as shit for some pork chops.
I'm concerned to find anybody who claims that they're just. I'm not saying who he can and can't judge because I don't have that power over him, except for the fact that he's a fiction being as far as I'm concerned. This type of system is a dictatorship of fiat that makes all crimes, all sins, which I reject the concept, but all wrongs equal. But if that's the way the system actually works, then my assessment is that it is immoral. And I don't, I'm baffled by people who could claim that it's moral. And yet people like you who don't actually come out and say, oh, it's definitely a moral system. What you do is you say, God is God. He can judge you. What a lame-ass excuse is that? If my dad beat me when I didn't do anything wrong, and your answer was, well, he's your dad. He gets to beat you. You're a dick.
And the whole... The whole story of God is not that he's going to break our legs, he's going to fight for us.
Oh, bullshit! Bullshit! No, you're done. You're done. That is the biggest, that is the excuse. That's the mafia boss saying, I'm going to break your legs unless. Jesus is the unless in the story.
Well, unless you pay me would be the mafia boss, and that's what Jesus would represent.
Jesus is the loophole. Jesus is the unless in the story. It does not make God moral. It does not make the biblical story become suddenly valiant and worthy of respect.
Well, in fact, killing somebody that is admittedly innocent in order to compensate for the crime someone else did.
But he's talking about Jesus.
Jesus. To slaughter an innocent person and say, well, that's the just recompense for the crap you did, that's not moral either.
Plus, it's absurd, this idea of blood sacrifice.
It is. How in the world does bleeding make somebody that did something wrong all of a sudden not?
You got this system that I say is immoral, and you think that the correction to this is for God to sacrifice himself to himself as a loophole for rules that he created that were unjust, and that this makes the rules just? That's crazy.
I think at the end of the day, we all are still...
About to get that breakfast.
We're all imperfect. But your mafia scenario is, I don't think it's accurate. You're saying the mafia boss is saying, I'll break your legs around.
Yeah.
I'm saying the mafia boss has every right to break your legs, but he doesn't.
Okay.
And he also...
Fine, you're done. I hung up.
He does.
The mafia boss does not have every right to break my legs. I'm sorry that your religion has so polluted your brain that you're unable to actually see what is immoral about what you're thinking. But that statement from you sums up everything that I tried to say 10 minutes ago. The mafia boss does not have every right to break his legs. And the moral and just thing to do is to stand up and say, no, you don't. And if somebody is asserting that they're working for a mafia boss and this mafia boss doesn't even necessarily exist and they want you to pay, which is exactly what's happening here because we have no reason to think that this God exists. I don't care this particular God that you're talking about. It doesn't matter. It's immoral. It's nonsense. It's immoral and it's nonsense. He doesn't have the right to break my legs. He doesn't have the right to judge me. And if he does so, if he happens to exist and do this, by standards that I happen to think are immoral, then he's a dick. I may not be able to do anything to stop him, but the ant can't do anything to stop me from squishing it. But it doesn't make me any less of a dick. How dare you come on here and apologize for it and shuffle actual comments that you and I both know. You know what's right and wrong. And shuffle it off as, oh, you have a conscience and you've sinned. Okay, well, that's irrelevant. We haven't even talked about that yet, about how I reject this notion of sin, or that, as Tracy pointed out earlier, that thinking something is somehow wrong. And then you come on and, no, Jesus is the excuse. Let me tell you something. According to the Bible, God basically chucked everybody into the pool and said, I got a life preserver. Anybody want to not drown? He's ultimately responsible. The story, and I agree, I'm getting worked up. And it's not because I think that there's any truth to the story. It's that I'm so freaking offended and pissed off that there are people out there who take this fairy tale and make excuses for it and say that this is something good that people should be applying to their lives, or that we should make 2010 the year of the Bible. Listen to yourselves. I'm more moral than that, and so are you, and you guys need to just own it. It's insane. Ugh.
Hey, you. Yeah, you.
I opened a SoFi Money account, and it was the first time that
You don't believe in God and all, so where do you think we came from? I don't get that.
I came from my parents.
Okay, well, that's not what I mean, man. I mean, where do you think we came from?
I know. I believe that we evolved.
Evolved from what?
From earlier life forms.
Well, exactly, man. I mean, okay, what's the difference? I don't understand what's the difference between right and wrong if you ain't got nothing to look forward to when you die.
Really?
Yeah, what's the deal?
So if you found out tomorrow that there's no God, you'd just go around killing and raping?
Why not?
Well, like I said before, I hope you stay in church then. That's one of the most imbecilic things anybody could ever say.
Well, I don't understand. If you guys got nothing to look forward to when you die, where do you think you go when you die?
Okay, that's actually a side question. I want to get back to something a little bit different here. Is there nothing in this world, in this life, that you actually enjoy?
There's a lot of things I enjoy.
Okay, so why not live for those? Those not enough of a good reason to do good things and to live,
hey, check it
then
out.
You're going to have some big candy cane at the end.
Don't you want to be with somebody you love when you die? Don't you want to believe that?
That would be very nice. I would definitely like to believe it. It doesn't make it true.
Whether or not I'd like to live forever is irrelevant to whether or not I'm going to. Whether or not I'd like to have $1 billion is irrelevant to whether or not there's actually $1 billion in my bank account. What I'm talking about is I need evidence. What you're doing, in some sense, is analogous to saying that I've got $1 million in a bank account. And I'm saying, where's the evidence for that? The burden of proof is on the people who are claiming that that anything supernatural exists, or any claim at all.
Oh, yeah, but you just said a while ago that if you believe in God, you're wrong. And you
What I said was that I believe that you have made an error. If you would actually, for example, if you'll humor me and tell me why you do believe, I think I can point out why I think there's an error there.
I talk to him.
You talk to him?
Yeah, he talks to me.
You hear him with your ears?
Yes.
Out loud?
Out loud, sir.
Okay. Then do the people around you hear it when it happens?
Not always.
Not always?
No.
Why not?
I guess they weren't listening.
And how is this different from the guy in the padded cell who hears voices?
It's not much, is there?
No. And that's my point.
And man put him there in that padded cell, didn't he?
Yeah.
My God.
And because we have this kind of setup where we're going to demand a certain amount of evidence for a claim, and we do go around and we define things as normal or abnormal. And when somebody is saying that they're hearing voices audibly,
we tend to check them in for evaluation, because usually that means that somebody's crazy. I'm not saying that you're crazy. It may be true. There may be a God, and there may be a God, and he may talk to you. But that's not proof for me. That's proof for you, if in fact it occurs at all. I'm asking for what proof there is so that anybody else would actually believe this.
I'm doing the same, brother. That's all.
Okay. Well, next time you talk to God, ask him what my PIN number is and call me and let me know.
Why would I want to know that?
Well, maybe that would be a way to convince me. Aren't you concerned about my soul enough to try and convince me?
So I was just wondering where you thought we come from, man.
Are you?
You kept saying you needed a vacation. Whatever your dog brings home, it shouldn't be fleas and ticks. 8 month, Seresto, Seresto, Seresto.
Yeah.
Too good.
I'm trying to argue with you.
Are you a Christian?
I'm not saying you're wrong. Yeah, I'm a Christian.
So you believe the Bible is a good instruction book for what you're supposed to do?
Check it out, dude. I've never read the Bible.
Well,
I've never read it, man.
I really think you should, because proper reading of the Bible is one of the best arguments for atheism there is.
Good.
Thanks a lot, George. Appreciate it.
I'm a Christian, but I never read the Bible.
Believes in evolution.
Sorry, what?
He says you believe in evolution.
Of course, because I'm not,
All right, I have challenges for evolution if you want to hear them.
Not really. Okay, see, you seem to not understand that this is irrelevant to whether or not a God exists. You could challenge evolution. You could prove evolution false right now, and it doesn't add one bit of credibility to the claim that a God exists.
Well, everything has to be here for some reason, and if evolution isn't true, there's really no other reason for everything.
That's called an argument from ignorance.
And if there would be no other reason, then the answer would be there is no reason for all of this. It wouldn't be God.
Yeah, you have to actually provide evidence for your claim. Meanwhile, when it comes to evolution, we're talking about something that is actually backed up by evidence. And if you
you're not seeming to
if you have
me question it, so you guys are ignoring me here.
Because it's
I'm happy to ignore you if that's what if you want to happen. My point that I'm trying to make here is that you're calling an atheist call-in show to offer challenges to evolution. First of all, let me ask you this, because you say you used to believe in evolution. Evolution is a fact. It's an observed fact, and then there is the theory of evolution by natural selection. Do you disbelieve both of them?
I believe there's some microevolution. Anyone can see that. I'm not stupid. But looking at it from biology, looking at the biology of it, it's just ridiculous to think that a single cell ever could have existed and just come about.
And is this the consensus of biologists?
No. Because now you're challenging not evolution, but abiogenesis.
Abiogenesis
is
the root of evolution. It's the beginning.
You know what? You say you never met anybody who was more into evolution than you. Maybe you should go out and meet some of those people, because they represent the bulk of scientists who are actually working in this field and understand it.
You know what? I understand evolution.
Not if your challenge is that you simply don't believe abiogenesis. If that's your reason for dropping all of the observations, the facts about change in species, then you don't understand what you're talking about.
You have to get that first cell.
Yeah.
And I also have reasons to doubt every other point of evolution, or most of them, and they're very sound and logical reasons.
Okay, where's your Nobel Prize?
Where's
It's not a joke.
I don't need one.
Oh, but I do.
Yes.
Because you're claiming that you have information that would turn all of biological theory on its head.
Well, how about you let me say it and you decide for yourself?
Sure.
I'm not a biologist, but
I'll give you 60 seconds. Go.
Oh yeah, let's answer the hardest questions in the world in 60 seconds.
I could hang up if you'd
Real
prefer.
scientific.
I'm just amazed we have a guy on the phone who can answer the hardest questions in the world.
Bye. It's not my job to waste as much time on the show as you would like us to waste. I'm sorry that your personal opinions don't match with the established science, but the armchair evolution denier who thinks that he's found the arguments that trump all evolution, who calls into an atheist show, and even after being told that it's irrelevant to the subject of this show, continues on, is an idiot. Why haven't you published? Oh, the scientific community just won't listen to you. Because you're an idiot! How hard was that? We tried to say it wasn't. Anyway, even if you could disprove evolution, it wouldn't prove your God, which means all of your position is based on a fallacy. But the fact that you can sit there and say, oh, I used to be really into evolution, and I know all about evolution, and now I just can't believe it, and I'd like to give you my reasons. Don't.
Battery deliver extra life or extra power?
Extra life. Extra power. Extra life.
There, just like there are creatures in the world that are on a lower evolutionary scale than we are.
Wrong.
There are beings that
Okay,
are.
stop, please. I went ahead and let you go into the second point, even though you didn't make any kind of a concession or acknowledgement around the first point, and Jeff would have had a field day with that. But there's no such thing as an evolutionary ladder, and there's no such thing as things being lower on an evolutionary ladder.
And you say that because?
Because it's true. Evolution isn't a ladder, it's more like a tree. We are all equally evolved, we have just evolved differently.
Okay, myself then.
Well, we've evolved differently, but when you start implying a ladder and that things are more evolved or less evolved, that's just wrong.
It is just wrong because there's animals that have been on the planet just as long as we are, and they're still just the fucking same. There's plants. It's just crazy shit how people think sometimes, man.
Speed or energy efficiency.
Oh, because we are more evolved. No, plants have been here longer than fucking humans. They don't walk, they don't talk, they don't build technology, but it doesn't mean that we're more evolved than a fucking plant. Like, it doesn't. There is no ladder for.
Why do you? Okay.
People just say some weird ass shit.
The question should be phrased in the form of a who.
Well, I mean, it's bigger than man, isn't it?
Well,
yeah, there's
so
lots
is
of
an
stuff
elephant.
that's bigger than me.
So
So is a tree. Is a tree a who?
But the tree is part of what we live in. Who's behind
Okay,
the
but it's
tree?
bigger than man. That's what you were just saying.
You still haven't answered the first question.
Why do you say who?
Well, I mean, can you answer that yourself?
We're saying the question is wrong.
Yeah, why did you say who?
I agree that existence, the universe as a whole, requires an explanation. I just don't agree that that explanation is a who.
Okay.
So you're starting with a question that is flawed, a question that requires some justification. If you want to say who is responsible for the universe, then you first have to demonstrate that it's actually a who and not a what.
A what?
Well, I mean, you just have to go into your own, into nature and find out for yourself.
I've gone into nature. I didn't find any who.
Any what?
Who?
Is he under a rock? I mean, I've gone for hikes.
You know who, the guy who's playing first?
I mean, it's not, I'm not trying to be funny or sarcastic. It's a serious question I'm trying to pose to you.
Right, and yet you keep posing it the wrong way. You haven't. What makes you think it's a who?
Well, it's not man, so who else is it then?
Well,
it's not man, so who else is it? You could say what else is
caused the universe?
Yeah, what is it? Not who is it?
So you believe in the Big Bang?
Yes.
So the Big Bang was just something. Who was behind the Big Bang?
Who? There's back to the who shit. Why does it have to be a specific entity?
God is the Alpha and the Omega. He's the perfect circle.
Then why can't you just say that the universe is Alpha and Omega and the universe has just always existed?
If it's okay to say that God doesn't need a beginning, then it's equally okay to say the universe doesn't need a beginning. And for all you people who think that we need to draw some causal line back there with a super intelligent being, Dawkins has a really good, Richard Dawkins, has a really good
Richard
rebuttal
Dawkins is
to
good
that,
too.
which consists of the probability Now, we know that things tend to start simple and get more and more complex. We know this from evolution, which I'm sure some of you just cringed as soon as you heard the word. But it's a fact. It happens. Evolution, look it up. Go to talkorigins.org, read a damn book or something. We know that things start simple and get more complex. That's just the way things work. So the Big Bang Theory is relatively consistent with that, where you have a singularity that explodes, creating the universe. And this is, there's a whole bunch more, and I'm not going to get into science because I'm not a quantum physicist. The thing is, what you people who think that there was some body behind it, some intelligence, now you have created a system where before there was anything, there was this super intelligent being who's all powerful and doesn't need any creator.
The most common reaction to a birch arrangement is, I didn't know flowers could look like this. I'm Brittany Ash. I'm a floral artist and the founder and director of Birch. I use Squarespace as a tool to express what my business is to those.
Brittany has flower designs.
Johnny,
guys.
how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
Now, you asked my explanation. My explanation is, matter of fact, I have proof. I have proof what it is. My proof is
Proof for
that
what?
my mother...
Proof for what? Proof. What is it that you have proof of?
My explanation that God is real.
Okay, good.
Your explanation.
My mother was in the hospital, correct? Well, my correction. And she was halfway dead or whatever, and they had her plugged up still. And the doctor calls us in the morning and tell us, oh, she's going to die. And they say, come up there. Okay, so we come up there. They pull a plug from her. She's not breathing. They take her downstairs, and all of a sudden, my family leaves. We come back, and all of a sudden, she's breathing. So what is that? Is that Mother Nature, doctors, or is that God?
Okay, so let me get your story straight. Your mother was on the brink of death, and then she was fine, right?
Yeah.
And that's proof that God exists.
Yes.
Okay, what do you call it when a person is perfectly healthy and then drops dead? Is that proof that God does not exist?
No, that's just proof that whatever happens to a person happens.
Okay, so...
Congratulations. You get the Caller of the Day award for being honest and answering your own question.
Okay.
There you go.
Hello?
There's just because your
can
mom...
end right now.
Yeah.
Hello. Am I still on here?
Yeah, you're still here.
Okay, how about this then? Let me ask you a question.
Well, wait, can you wait. First, can you please acknowledge the point that was just made before moving on to another question?
All right, good point. Okay, good point. Okay, let me ask you this. What do you tell 12 kids that's in here right now to why is God not real? Why is he?
Okay.
Do you believe in unicorns?
No.
Why?
Why?
Because unicorns are fairy tales and it hasn't been proven that there is one.
You are the best caller! You are the best caller ever. You can answer your own questions every single time.
Okay.
That's exactly why.
Question.
Why don't you believe in God at all whatsoever? Supernatural being, minds, whatever.
I've not seen evidence sufficient to convince me that such a God exists.
That answer your question? Evidently.
Apparently it did. All right.
We don't have an example of anything coming from nothing.
Correct, and then that's great because that's what the Big Bang Theory is saying.
No, it's not.
What does it?
If you can say that, you don't understand the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
The scientific method, and the first part is observation.
Okay.
You can't prove it to be a fact unless you observe it.
Yeah, but
if you don't take the historical accuracy of the Bible.
Okay.
Throw out every history.
Yeah, you can't prove the Bible to be a fact because you've never observed the things that took place in the Bible.
Common bad road of absolutes. Oh, you can't prove anything that you can't have seen or witnessed. The orbital period of the former planet Pluto is 200 and some odd years. Yet we have not known about Pluto's existence or observed it long enough to know that it actually takes that long to go around it. We haven't even been able to observe it for one full rotation yet, and yet we know what its orbital period is. We don't have to observe the whole thing. And
I'm just
Right,
Throwing
so-
back with the scientific method.
Yeah, but you are misunderstanding because you're throwing out this claim that if you don't personally witness something, then you can't say it happened, and that's just not true.
That's not the
There are-
scientific method. Scientific method.
Apparently you are. You should stop
Apparently
reading
you
science
don't.
books by creationists.
See, the thing is that what you're doing is committing a logical fallacy, because the observation is that the universe exists. We've made that observation, and now we're going to see if we can find out what the explanation for this is. Your method, where you're saying that you have to have observed the universe begin.
No, it's not
that
my method. That's the
leapfrogs.
scientific method.
That
The scientists are the ones that are saying it's a fact.
No, I'm
Saying
sorry.
what's a fact?
Well, you name it, evolution.
Evolution is a fact. Change over time is a fact.
But why are there still apes?
Because we didn't come from apes. Man and apes share a common ancestor.
Right. If Americans came from Europeans, then why are there still Europeans?
Okay.
If bald people, it's...
Well, everything, in my opinion, points to intelligent design.
Really? Like what? Like the fact that I have one tube which I use for breathing and food, so that I can choke to death and suffocate? That's really stupid design.
Well, okay, for every example you have of that, there's another one for it. I mean, the human eye.
Isn't the God...
Everything. Even the most single-celled organism contains tons of data. It all points to intelligent design.
Nothing
I'm
points
afraid
to
it doesn't.
intelligent design, which is why the intelligent design folks aren't providing any evidence. They're lobbying.
Okay, and ultimately we all end up in the same place.
In the
Is that
ground.
correct?
In the ground.
Yep.
So Hitler and Mother Teresa are in the same exact place right now.
Yes. Why
Yes.
do you think that there should be this kind of cosmic justice, and why do you think Mother Teresa is a particularly good person?
I'm personally fine with
Because,
Hitler being in the
because I
ground
believe there's a
because...
sense of right or wrong.
Wait a minute.
And
I'm
I know
personally...
society-
Hold it. How do you get to heaven? Under your system of belief.
Serve man.
Each of us has a purpose. We are destined to do something meaningful, not only to support our loved ones, but to positively impact our community.
Love and worship God.
What if I spend my whole life loving and serving mankind, but I don't love and worship that God that you claim exists? Am I going to hell?
I would say definitely not.
Oh, you would?
if
Okay,
you
then we're
live in
clear.
their mind-
Then I'll say the same thing I said last week. If that's the case, and belief in God is not a requirement, and your thing is that you just need to love and work for the good of humanity, then you have a
Which is the way
useless
of the
God. You have a useless God. If God isn't required, if I can live my life and not believe in Him and do whatever, as long as I'm doing good things and I go to heaven, then your God isn't required and He's useless. It's a
Well, no,
concept.
if he's the ultimate judge, then there's no way to determine what's right or from wrong. And
What?
if you say society dictates what's right and what's
Are
wrong,
we talking about the
society
same
will
God
always
who? Are we talking about the same God who once ordered armies of soldiers to go to neighboring towns and slaughter everybody except the young women so they could take them as their unwilling wives?
Yeah, we're talking about the same God that
So
has
that's the
commandments,
guy who
such
gives
as
you
love
your
thy
ultimate
neighbor and
sense
thou
of
shalt
right
not
and
kill.
wrong.
So you're gonna look at the things that you consider to be good bits, like love thy neighbor and thou shalt not kill, and ignore that this God supposedly sent people out to kill entire towns and keep the virgins for themselves.
Well, that's why the Bible is in two parts. You have the Old Testament, where God does appear
So
to
in
But
people.
the Old
in the Old
Testament
Testament-
is in the Ten Commandments are in the Old Testament.
Right, and Jesus Christ is not.
Right.
And
So
he
throw
sent
out
his
the
own
Ten
Son
Commandments.
to be
Chuck the Ten
sacrificed
Commandments.
for our sins, to me, kind of separates.
Okay, so that God who ordered this mass slaughter and rape was the same guy, but he changed his mind.
Well, I'm not familiar with the raping thing that you
What?
mentioned.
How can you not be familiar with the rapey part of the Bible? That's the good parts.
There's no guarantee, but I mean, if you slaughter an entire town and take 32,000 virgins, you don't think that they had sex with them? Regardless, who cares if they raped them? They went and killed everybody and kept the virgins. Do you
For
think
the
that that is
express
morally
purpose
good?
of taking those virgins.
Yeah,
Do you
let's
think that is
keep the
morally good?
virgins for yourselves. What the fuck are you gonna kill
But
everybody
then-
in your
then how
family
can
and
you-
keep the virgin girls for?
But it's
What are you
God
gonna do with the
that
virgin
ordered that
girls?
action, and you're saying that Jesus
Huh?
is God. So basically, you're saying that sometime that this
That's
dividing
in
point
the
between an
Bible,
Old
and it's so
Testament and a New
wrong
Testament
and so bad.
is
But then they say, "Oh, that's the
asshole,
Old Testament, and things change now."
morally
But why is that
bankrupt
okay
God
even though it's
suddenly
the Old
turned into
Testament?
this love thy
That's
neighbor,
what they
turn
don't.
the other
Well,
cheek
God and Jesus came, and so God was wrong, right? I thought God can't be wrong. I thought everything that God does is
A
perfect.
whole new Bible
you
book.
accept
Yeah,
that,
like, oh, I got a
and
little
you
bit of shit
disregard
fucked up.
that
Yeah,
your
in the
God-
past.
your
Let me just
God
get this
was
shit
a-
straight. Look,
a
I'm gonna let Jesus
immoral
die for you. Let him die.
monster,
Why do I
and
need a
just
blood
latch onto
sacrifice?
to the new
Oh,
stuff,
I don't know, because I like blood.
you're morally
Just kill them
bankrupt as
anyway.
well. And if you actually read and study what's in the New Testament, these concepts that Jesus brings forward, there's an idea of eternal suffering and torture in exchange for a finite crime, which is, by definition, infinitely more morally corrupt than killing a town full of people. So
But
your
would you
Jesus
kill
is
one
no better,
individual
and
to
you've
save
used
the
up
lives
way
of
too
many?
much of our time talking about 30 different freaking issues. Visit talkorigins.org, get some information. Visit infidels.org, learn a little bit more. Read your Bible. Jeff in Aptos, California, thanks for waiting.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. And I can't speak for Don.
I'm good.
I'm good. I like Don. Yo. He has his.
So my
But the only thing when Don and Matt are on
is,
together, yo,
why is
Don
it
hardly says
necessary
anything. Matt just
to
talks
use
way more than Don
science
does.
as the main
But I like
primary
Don.
to prove whether or not a supernatural actually exists. It's not. Because
it's
when
not.
you think about it, you what?
What?
It's not.
You're wrong already. bro.
Science cannot currently investigate, confirm the existence of the supernatural at all. So when you say, why is it necessary to use science to do this? Science can't do that currently until somebody comes up with a
I
mechanism
don't know what you're doing.
that
That shit
might
feel
be
good.
scientific to investigate the supernatural. We don't know what the mechanism is. We have no way to investigate it currently.
I mean that's why I'm a deist. I don't believe that we can actually.
Can you be a deist if you just acknowledge that we can't investigate to confirm the existence of the supernatural?
All my question has to do with is how why do scientists think that the only way to prove that a God exists is through science?
That's not the case. I already said that's not the case.
Why are you not listening, bro?
What other way would you recommend we do it?
Now, if you want to, if your question is, how do we go about determining whether or not something is true? Science is the single most consistently reliable method for doing this. Do you have some other method by which we can confirm your deist proposition?
No, that's not the point. The point is that
That's my question.
That's the question.
I know,
I'm asking,
and
bro.
my answer
What?
is basically a question to you, saying why are you assuming that the universe or the cause of the universe is scientific?
I did not. Okay, so I have not said it all. I have never mentioned on this episode what my view of the cause of the universe is. You said you're a deist. You said that why is it that scientists think science is the only way to know anything? And we've now asked you, what other way is there? Because you have a belief, and I'd like to know what the justification for it is. And if it's not science, that's your prerogative. I just want to know why you believe this.
Hey, my belief is it's first I have to make the point that when you make the belief that there is no God, immediately that.
Hold on. Atheism is the lack of a belief in God because of the lack of evidence for God.
Right there, like that is the problem, because you are assuming that a supernatural can only exist if science says so.
No. We're not talking about what actually exists. We're talking about whether or not we have a rational justification to believe that the something exists.
Yeah.
I'm not making a proclamation. I'm not making a proclamation that there are no gods. I'm saying I do not believe there are any because there is not sufficient evidence and reason to believe. here's the argument that you're presenting. You're saying you atheists deny the possibility of God because you will only allow in scientific or information of a scientifically verifiable sort. That's not the case. I'm an atheist. I don't believe there's a God because nobody has presented a reasonable case that could lead to the accepting justifiably that the claim is true. And now here we are. And exactly. You keep saying exactly. I don't even think you know what exactly means. You are a deist, so you believe that there's a God. Why?
Do I believe that there's a God?
Yeah, I mean, was why too hard in any of the 3 times I've asked you so far?
Yeah, what's your awesome evidence for this God?
It is. So, you think that I actually have evidence, but like my
No, Jeff, stop and listen for a second, please. If I ask you why you believe something, and the first words out of your mouth are you've already fucked up. Because why you believe has nothing to do with me. You don't get to say, okay, let me tell you why I believe, and it's because you think blah. No, that's not how why I believe works. I want to know why you believe, so don't start by talking about what you think I believe.
It is more probable.
Determine that it's more probable.
Because the energy and everything existing, this isn't really probable for something to come from nothing.
When you say it's more probable, and I ask how you determined it's more probable, and your next 3 sentences out of your mouth are just another assertion that it's more probable, you have not answered the question. How did you determine that it's more probable that a God exists than doesn't?
Because energy doesn't come from nothing. That doesn't make sense. How does that make sense? If you can.
What does that have to do? What does it have to do with a God or probability? Do you even know what probability is? When you say that just energy just can't come from nothing, first of all, that has absolutely nothing to do with a God, and second of all, it doesn't get us anywhere near a probability. You can continue.
We can continue?
You don't have anything else to continue with because you're fucking stuck when people ask you a real fucking question. Yo, King Hazy, my proof of a God or higher power is the complexity and perfection of the human biological makeup and the complexity and perfection of the universe. Science can prove the supernatural. That's how
that's the answer. That is the answer. You don't really understand. When you say something like,
sounds like a pretty good argument, but once again, it's just a belief. Just because the human is a very, very complex organism, there is no God in that. I mean, our machine works perfectly, yo. The human biological machine is fucking amazing.
I don't see how.
But like Dylan Hunty said, like there's still like fucked up shit about our why are our testicles outside the body? That shit don't make no fucking sense. It's retarded. Why do men have nipples? That doesn't make any sense. It's weird as shit. You know, why do we breathe and swallow through the same fucking tube? That's retarded. Like the human body is pretty amazing, but it could be better. Yeah, but the complexity, the complexity of anything doesn't necessarily point to a creator source or a creator at all.
Faith-like probability. Yeah. I hope the Discovery Institute gets a hold of that phrase because that'll do them a lot of good. A faith-like probability.
The human biological makeup is fucking weird, and that's why we have so many deformities. If one chromosome is off or you have an extra chromosome, like you're fucked up. You're fucked up. And then even now this coronavirus thing, it proves that the human body is not, really perfect because we're susceptible to so much external
No, but it is-
stimuli that it's ridiculous.
You can believe something based on faith.
You know, like potitties. Damn.
I acknowledge.
But yeah, the complexity of the human body is fucking amazing, but it still doesn't. That shit doesn't really point to a higher power. It points to evolution, that we have evolved to manipulate our environment, and since we have a bigger brain, that we can just manipulate more shit than other animals can. But we're still just animals. Happenstance, shit just happens.
And I decided to actually care whether or not my beliefs were true. You don't seem to care whether or not your beliefs are true. You just like them because you were born here.
When the water bottle.
Well, I think it's good. I think you're going to have more happiness in your life if you have limits to tell you what you can do, or
how is that relevant to the truth of your religion? I've already
it's
said
not all true. I know.
The nipple thing is, once again, evolution. I really think that life really started as females. And that's the weird thing about the Bible. The Bible says that man, God is a man, his son, the Holy Spirit, and God creates man first and then uses man to create woman. When we know in real life reality, men do not put forth life. We do not put forth life from our bodies. It's impossible. We don't have the organs for it. It doesn't work like that. Men do not put forth life from their bodies. But the Bible says that a woman came from a man. And the reason why men have nipples is because all life starts off as female. All human life starts off as female until certain genes kick in and certain chromosomes change, and then you become a male inside the womb, and you still have female attributes or qualities like nipples. But the Bible will go all against that and tell you that, woman came from man. But the woman has the mammary glands, and she can actually produce sustenance to support life that comes from her body. That's complex as fuck, but the Bible goes against the whole thing.
Not only have you gone and said, well, I'll pick and choose what I want, you've done it in a way that where you're just trying to support your own wishful thinking. And so you actually come up with evidence, and so you demonstrate that you care about the truth.
Why do planets rotate? All the phenomena that goes on in the cosmos, photons, electromagnetism, gravity, like all that shit causes different forces that act upon each other, and our universe functions and operates the way that it does. There is no reason for it. There is no purpose for it. It functions the way it does because it does. That's just how it fucking works. There is no real reason why the planets rotate. From the mass of matter in tangent with the other phenomenon that act upon matter, that's what happens. Why are you conscious? We don't know. Whatever happens in our physical body, in our bags of meat, we are a bag of meat. Whatever chemical reactions and electrical nuanced responses in our brains take place, our consciousness arises from that. Why? That's just what happens. When the brain functions, it creates a consciousness. It's not a reason, there's no purpose for it, it's just what happens. The universe functions the way it does because it does. And if God exists, why would he need to create anything, especially the religious God, the almighty God who needs to be worshipped and honored and obeyed so you can come back to heaven and live with him in an eternal life? If God is perfect, what would a perfect being need to create anything for? If you are God, you are the Alpha and Omega. What do you need with anything? Why would you create? And then on top of that, why would you create imperfect beings and then play with them, knowing if you're omniscient and you know everything that will ever happen, but you say, oh, you have free will? Well, you don't have free will, because this God being is playing with you, and he took you from heaven to put you into this realm of space and time to suffer and go through trials and tribulations just to see if you worship him enough so you can come back to the real world where he's at and have everlasting life. But he exists outside of space and time, but still he controls and operates what happens in space and time. All the shit don't make, the God concept doesn't make sense.
If I can flip a coin to make a decision and it can lead me to the correct decision and an incorrect decision, doesn't that mean that flipping a coin is an unreliable path to the correct decision?
Okay, so
that was a yes or no question.
If you turn your phone,
that was a yes or no question.
Okay, what was the question again?
If I can flip a coin, and based on its outcome, it can lead me to a correct decision and an incorrect decision, doesn't that mean that flipping a coin is an unreliable method to reach the correct decision?
True.
Okay.
Substitute the word faith for coin and answer the same question.
You've already acknowledged that faith can lead you to Yahweh and can lead me to Zeus or any of 100 other gods. If faith can lead to any of those conclusions, then how is it a reliable pathway to truth if it can lead me? By the way, let's say there's 1,000 different proposed gods, and only one of them's real. And we can use faith to get to any of them. Then you've got a 1 in 1,000 shot, which is way worse than coin toss, of getting the correct position based on faith, right?
There's tens of thousands of gods.
So now does that demonstrate that faith is not a reliable path to truth?
Well, there's also proof. You have proof also.
Hang on. Let's finish this point and then we can
I'm
not just going to hang up as soon as you acknowledge that faith is a crappy path to truth. And then you agree with it.
I can have a bowl of cereal.
Okay.
So is faith a reliable pathway to truth?
I don't want nothing. No, I eat that shit every day at work almost.
To others, yes.
Where are we hedging here? No, we're done. I promised I would let you go on, but all right. So faith can sometimes lead you to truth.
Correct.
And faith can sometimes lead you to something that's not true.
Yes.
Which means that
all right, guys, I'm going to pull the camera back in a few minutes.
Truth, right?
Let me get a little bit more of this shirt done. Just thought it looked good, son.
You can't just rule faith out like that, though.
You just can't rule faith out. How you just can't rule faith out?
I'm sorry that logic demolishes your position, but that's not our problem. The problem I'm having now is that when you've been exposed to a syllogism, to a illogical position that shows that your foundation is flawed, instead of acknowledging it, you want to come up with an ad hoc, you can't get rid of faith that way.
It's dishonest.
It's incredibly dishonest to have your position demonstrably shown to not be reliable, and you acknowledge this and then want to try to rehabilitate it. Now, you're welcome to make an argument for faith is reliable, why faith is reliable in your case. If you aren't willing to acknowledge that faith isn't reliable generally, then I don't know how we continue.
Any one-sided argument sounds good if it's one-sided. I haven't got to speak yet.
What the hell? Out of all the dumb shit you just said, you haven't got to speak
Any
yet.
one-sided argument doesn't sound good. You presented a one-sided argument and we demolished it. Now you can go on to present another one-sided argument because you said we begin with faith, and faith is not a reliable pathway to truth.
You presented an argument and I answered questions. There's a difference.
No, I presented a response to your argument and you dodged the answer over and over until I held your feet to the fire. You wanted to go to the Bible, you wanted to go to any other thing other than answering the question about epistemology, which is completely independent of any religion. How do we reliably find a pathway to truth? Is faith a reliable path to truth?
question for you.
No, it's not. I can have faith in anything. That's why Muslims have faith and Buddhists have faith and everybody has a fucking faith in their religions. Is that a reliable way to get to truth? Some people have faith that black people are better than white people. Some people have faith that white people are better than black people. Is that true though?
Not reliable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Sometimes we gotta parse the sentences here.
Jesus.
Do your battery deliver extra life or extra power?
Extra life.
Extra life, extra power, extra life.
Extra power.
Extra power. Do you want extra life or extra power?
Me to,
I want
to
both.
think that something can't come from nothing.
More likely for you. So do you have your own personal reality and the rest of us are just, not a part of it? I mean,
No, that,
so, okay, so you care about whether or not something's true, right?
yes, that's correct.
Okay, so if somebody made a claim, wouldn't you want to use the most reliable methods for determining whether or not that claim is true? Okay.
Of course.
But hang on, and we've already agreed, faith is not a reliable method for determining truth, right?
To an extent, like that's what
To an extent.
To an extent.
Yes, sir.
That just sounds like a really convenient way to weasel out of the fact that you've already acknowledged that it's not. So let's say that somebody claims some God exists. How do we find out whether or not that's true?
We can't because...
If we can't, then why would you believe it? Why would you believe something that you cannot confirm?
Because even if you don't... Okay, so see, even if you make that claim saying, oh, I can't confirm, you are still confirming that God is not existent because science says no.
No, you are so horribly confused. You're saying nothing like that at all. If somebody claims that a God exists, and you believe that there's no way to tell whether or not it's true, and you only want to believe things that are true, then you could not reasonably believe that God exists. That doesn't mean that you believe that no God exists.
God doesn't like gold.
But you can't believe that God exists if you care about the truth and you acknowledge that there's no way to find the truth.
Yeah, and God and Satan had a bet together. Why does God choose to gamble with somebody's life? He goes through with the bet and gambles on somebody's fucking life and makes him lose everything as a bet for his fucking faith. That's cruel and unusual. And God loves gold. God absolutely loves gold. And God doesn't denounce other gods. He doesn't say that other gods don't exist. He said don't worship other gods. Why are you worshiping Baal and Baphomet and making these gold figures of them?
And you responded with
because even to God they existed.
Why to believe?
I was wondering what that was.
Exactly. It also doesn't make it true. You believe it's true. You have to.
Yeah. So God absolutely loves gold, though.
And if your reason why you believe that it's true is because we can't prove it's not true, that is also an argument.
Yeah, it's hot.
Hell yeah, it's hot in here.
Actually,
Whole house is hot.
I'll tell you, turn that heat down a little while. Actually, the gold question was my first, real question, because I started to read the Bible. I'm like, and that's the first thing that I noticed is like, what the fuck is up with this gold shit, yo? How did he accept the bet, but he doesn't like gambling? Come on, bro, you're just speaking over yourself now. God placed a bet with Satan, and now he says, "Oh, I don't like gambling." It doesn't work that way. You just gamble against somebody's life. Let me get my Bible.
Big one?
Hmm?
The big one?
Yeah, I don't know where my little one at. That little one is out there.
Wasn't it in your room, maybe? No, you brought that out.
I don't know what I do with my little Bible.
book.
The big book.
It's better trying to get in Coffee Cake's pants.
Mm-hmm. He was wearing coffee all the time. All right, so this is how much God loves gold. Genesis, the first book of the Bible, chapter 2. Chapter 2 is on the second page, bro. The second page of the Bible. Genesis, chapter 2. Let's start at chapter 11 or 10 or 11. And the river went out of Eden. It might be before. All right, let's start at chapter 10. Genesis chapter 2 verse 10. And the river went out of Eden to water the garden. And from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pishon. That is it which compasseth the whole land of Havilah. And there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is also beryllium and the onyx stone. Now he names 3 minerals, but he names gold first, and he denounces the quality of the gold. It's not poor gold. It's not decent gold. It's good gold. Why does God place the Garden of Eden in a certain area where he can find good gold and onyx stone? That's the fucking second chapter of the Bible, and you're saying God doesn't like gold. And I ask every preacher that. What the fuck? Why does he even mention this? What is the relevance of God saying, I created a garden, I put man in the garden, oh, and there's gold there, and the quality of the gold is good. What does the first man need with gold? Why is gold even mentioned at all, and the quality of it? And talking about, oh, God don't like gold. God absolutely loves gold. He names, that's the first mineral, the first precious ore he named ever. He made the heavens, the skies, the earth, the water, the trees, the plants, the fowls, mankind, the Garden of Eden. Don't forget the gold, the good gold. Chapter 2. Genesis chapter 2, verse 10. Nobody can answer me. Why does God mention the quality of gold in the Garden of Eden? Nobody has an answer for that shit. That shit is the weirdest fucking thing to me, because man has obsessed with gold. Any ancient civilization you can look at, the Incas, the Mayans, the Egyptians, all these motherfuckers already had gold medallions, ornaments, and bracelets. Like, why do people all over the world love gold? And in order to get gold, you have to mine for it. You have to get this shit out the earth. Then you have to milk this shit down. Like, where does all this whole process come from? Mankind has been mining for gold for longer than we can understand. So long that they actually put that shit in their fucking Bible in the second chapter.
The Bible don't even make sense. Like, how did people write the Bible but God talked to them? You sure they wasn't hearing things before that we discovered psychopaths and shit like that? Like during the witch trials.
Mm-hmm.
Everything Bible and gold.
I never understood.
It really got me thinking, like, what does the Holy Testament have to do with gold?
Gold.
It's like it's saying something about food or clothing. Gold. What does that have to
And
do
then,
with
yeah,
anything?
and then how did the first man know where to find gold? How to extract gold from the earth? how to smelt it to build a fire hard enough
Manipulate it, all that
to
shit.
fucking get out all the impurities and then have pure gold and then to craft that into whatever ornaments they use. Like, it's weird. And like I say, when I started reading the Bible, that's the first thing that stood out to me is like, that's odd. Adam and Eve are running around in the garden naked, talking to snakes and shit. Who cares the fuck about gold back then? Like, what is the importance of that? But he says the gold, there is gold there, and the gold is good. Who's using good gold back then? For what? That's why Genesis is my favorite book. I swear to God, I've read Genesis like 4 or 5 times, yo. It's so many weird stories in Genesis. Like, the first accounts of human life and civilization are the weirdest things fucking ever, yo. You read, you don't even got to read the whole Bible. You don't. Read Genesis. Read Genesis page for page, word for word. You probably won't believe the Bible after that. You won't even make it to fucking Exodus and Deuteronomy, Numbers and Kings, and you won't even make it that far. Just the stories in Genesis alone are like, that's fucking weird. The whole shit is weird as fuck, yo. Just in the first couple of pages, a woman came from man. First of all, you mentioned gold, and then you made man, and then woman came from man. That don't sound right. I can't make a fucking woman. And then
How you want to talk about creating life to mentioning gold?
yeah, and then you're talking to snakes and shit, and it's like you got this weird tree with all these powers. Like if you eat the fruit of the tree, well, how the tree stronger than God? God made the tree, but then he tell you not to eat the fruit of the tree because it'll do something to you, and at the same time, but you God though, like, but you not stronger than the tree, you know. And then Cain and Abel. Cain killed Abel, and Cain was banished to the land of the refugees. Who the fuck are all these refugees? I thought you just said it was Adam, Eve, and their kids. And now he going to this whole other nation where he knows about these people. He said, oh, if you send me out, they will surely kill me. And God said, oh, I'll place a mark on you so that everybody knows not to fucking kill you. Because if they kill you, I'll punish them. So God saves a murderer, but he banishes him because he knows killing is wrong. And this is way before the 10 Commandments, so... I mean, and it's just so many different, like the whole Genesis story just flows so weird, like none of it makes fucking sense. If you just use common sense, like all of the stories are just fucked up.
I feel like religion's an excuse just to believe in like what is it? Like,
it's just that so you don't have to say I don't know.
Like
yeah, people hate saying I don't know. Well, where did the earth come from?
Like, why can't you just have your own faith from yourself? Why do you have to have faith in something else that's not there that you can see?
Motherfuckers they say they hate to say I don't know. But what happens when you die? I don't know. Well, my belief tells me that if you do good works, you're going to go to heaven and live forever. Well, prove that. Prove it. You can't.
And it's like Christians mostly think that just because we're here, we're the proof enough of God. No, we're not. We are the proof.
The Bible not comprehensive until it gets tainted with interpretation. That's the whole thing, bro. Everybody got their interpretation. How many different religions, how many different sects of Christianity are there? Presbyterian, Baptist, Methodist, non-denominational, Seventh-day Adventists, and these motherfuckers got their own interpretations of the same scriptures, of the exact same words, their very own interpretations. That doesn't, having an interpretation doesn't make it comprehensive.
We all went to school. We know what interpretation means.
I mean,
why are we not using common sense?
that's how you got so many versions of the Bible, because your version is your interpretation. The New Living Testament version, the King James version, and the Oxford English Orthodox version, and like the Jehovah's Witness New American version, and there's so many versions and interpretations that don't get you to the truth either. You know what I'm saying? Somebody, that shit don't make you comprehend that shit. The Bible is confusing as hell because it doesn't make any sense, because it wasn't all written at the same time. It's a collection of ancient pagan beliefs and pagan rituals that were accumulated and refined throughout centuries and centuries of council meetings and canonizations until you have this end product, which is an old book with an addendum and an addition to it that kind of corrects everything that was in the Old Testament. And so people really hate the Old Testament and they just go to the New Testament because the New Testament supposedly corrects everything that was wrong, and Jesus sets everything straight, when the God in the old Bible was the same God, right? So God is never wrong, right? He's a perfect being, right? So how can God interact with mankind in such a way and tell you to write this story down, and then later he says, oh, I don't like how I did that the first time. I'm not even going to come down and talk to you guys. I'll just send Jesus down and he can die for you, and, another blood sacrifice, because we need blood to atone for your original sins. And after that, you can have the Holy Communion, where you can fake cannibalism and drink the blood of Christ and eat the flesh of Christ. And like, who wants to do that? I don't want to eat a person in real life. I don't even want to pretend that I'm eating a person or drinking their blood. Like, all this blood magic and sacrifice still persists throughout these fucking religions today, and it's weird that people don't see that shit. You're pretending to drink blood and eat human flesh. How is blood magic working for you? Huh? I don't get it. It's fucking pagan and it's ridiculous.
The story should have went, he made everything, and then after he made the one man, he left the guide to life. The one book.
The one book.
The ultimate book. That shit should have been in the beginning. And there shouldn't be more than one version of the book.
And that's why
It's not a series. It's not.
That's why the Muslims love the Quran, because there's only one version of the Quran. Exactly. You don't change the Quran. You don't edit the words. You don't have a new living version testament of the Quran or an ancient Arabic translation. Like, the Quran is the Quran. But the Bible has so many versions, but it's like, oh, it's the right version. I read the King James because the King James version is the most accurate version. It's not. It's really all these books are just weird, man. Really read it though. Like I say, man, Hazy, pick up the Bible and just read Genesis, bro. And then every instant in Genesis that goes against anything that you have experienced in nature. You are a living person. You are a living being, and you understand how your physical form interacts with the world around you and what's possible and what's not possible. Now, you just put that shit, just common sense logic, and read Genesis. Just read Genesis. And none of that shit makes sense. None of it. Because the shit can't happen. It doesn't happen. And then you see that God is trying to follow this genetic breeding program where he just follows one family. All of the Old Testament is basically one family. And he has a chosen people, and he's the God of Isaac, Jacob, and Abraham. Like, you're nobody else's God. And then the sons in the family fight for the blessing, and who's going to get the blessing of God, and who they're going to put the blessing of God upon. And it's just like God follows this one family all the way up to Noah, And it's just this one lineage. And it's like, fuck everybody else. Kill everybody else. Keep the virgins for yourself. Enslave these motherfuckers.
I'm still stuck on my dude was making pork chops at 8:30.
I'm about to get off and make these pork chops.
I mean, I don't think steak and waffles or chicken and waffles are
That's what I said. I'm thinking like maybe have a pork chop biscuit for breakfast, you know? But I don't eat that pork like that.
Yeah, me neither.
That pork.
It's too fatty.
That swine. That swine ain't divine. That swine ain't divine. But God said if you pray over it, you can eat it. It will be blessed. Just pray over your swine. And Heavenly Father, in your name, please bless this food for the nourishment of my body. What the fuck does that do?
I just took a look at that sharpening kit. I'm like, when you clean this shit last? Exactly.
You know, not trying to make anybody feel like stupid or anything, but are less intelligent. I'm definitely not more intelligent than the average person. Maybe more intelligent than the average person. A little bit. The average person is pretty dumb. But that's why I don't fuck with average people. But and that's why I couldn't get a good sharpener.
No shit, why you couldn't get a good sharpen?
I mean, it's kind of damn. Goddamn. It was goddamn.
I was surprised at that shit too. I said, oh my god, that had a lot more in there than I thought it was.
Shit. Okay, well, I sharpened a lot of pencils. What the fuck?
I want to see how this is sharpened now.
That shit gonna be loud. Woo! That shit sharpened like a car. Yeah.
Oh, find out.
I sharpened a lot of pencils. Damn, that shit. Yeah.
Nope. This is better now.
Mm. Yeah, we got to sharpen it at work, yo. I definitely got to take it apart because a tip, like the very tip of a lead is in there, and so when you go to sharpen a pencil, you won't get a fucking point at the very, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. It'll come like sharp,
the
and then the little
ones you use with your hand when the little point gets stuck in those, yo, that shit's so annoying.
Those are the worst. And it seems like the little ones. I used to love those now. I had one of those in the old house, and it was there when I moved in. It was just in the basement. Like I went down, like go in the basement, and right on the beam, right by the stairs, somebody just had an old ass.
Probably just working in the basement.
Yeah, cause cutting wood and making marks on their wood and shit. So I was like, yo, that's hot. I should have took that shit with me, y'all.
Put it on that pole.
Yeah, mount that shit somewhere. Just the old, y'all remember the old grinder pencil? You got to turn that bitch up. But it seemed like the little plastic handlings that you crank the pencil in. Why the lead pop off every
so fast?
Last time I was at my after school program, I tried to sharpen this color pencil. Man, that goddamn lead popped off like 5 times, yo. I'm like crank.
I was using the other side for the fatter pencil. It works better.
Oh yeah.
When you go at that speed, when you use the right size for the pencil, it always breaks off.
Man. That shit
you gotta go slow. You gotta sharpen that shit slow.
That shit had me tight, yo. Now I started out with started out with a whole pencil. By the time I was using that shit, I was down to here like, you son of a bitch, yo. I gotta hurry up because this shit gonna be gone soon. Ain't gonna have no goddamn pencil left.
Oh man.
Yo, all them pencil shavers that came out though, that was mad crazy.
Yeah.
I haven't
It was stuck in the cartilage and then in the actual spinny thing that sharpens.
It's all good. That means I don't have to empty that pencil sharpener for the rest of the year.
I don't care. We've passed the point where I actually care.
We're past the point where I actually
Can I
care.
just get one more minute just to give you an analogy?
No, because I don't think an analogy from you would even be apt when you don't understand fallacies like the argument from ignorance. What we asked was, why do you believe in God? And you went with, well, it's more probable. And then you went with, it's faith-based. And then you went with, it's based on the supernatural. And when we asked why you believe in the supernatural, your claim was, I believe in the supernatural, essentially because you can't prove the supernatural doesn't exist. That is the sort of fallacious thinking that I don't know what value we could possibly get from an analogy, and I don't know how we get to truth from an analogy,
Fellatio.
especially one that's coming from someone who doesn't understand how fallacious their position is.
I understand that. It's just...
If you understood it, you wouldn't have said it.
True. But just because I'm coming from a different direction.
I know, and I want to know what that direction is. And when we push, you get back to it's just faith, which you've already acknowledged is not a pathway to truth. And you claim that you care about truth. There's a massive conflict here with you, Jeff. You think you care about truth, but you don't want to rely on the methods that actually get you closer to truth. You do rely on methods that you acknowledge don't have that any logical.
Yo, Coffee, thanks for sharing my streams too. Like, a lot of people who wouldn't watch this normally check it out a little bit just because you share it. Every view counts. I'm like, oh shit, my video got like a fucking 100 and something views on that shit. Oh, Coffee Cakes be sharing my shit, that's why.
That we don't know about yet. Yeah, does that mean that any particular positive thing that somebody claims is real is then real just because it might? Is it possible that there's a teapot orbiting between Mars and Venus?
Yeah, but I would need this closer like this. Now the table's at this weird angle. No.
Well, see, here's the thing. That's a great question.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just a weird angle.
When we talked about possibility, you are making the same mistake that we did over and over.
Because if I pull the whole table over, then it's just like I feel like, I would restrict myself here. Especially if I want to move the easel up and stuff.
It's possible.
I really do need to like sit in here and figure out like the
You need like a caboodle on wheels, like a shelf rack. Put all
the other way around is also false.
Paintbrushes in there.
Impossible
All the paints like how you have in your room.
Yeah. A claim is
So
either
you can
true
like even
or
just
not
park
true.
it right there, and as long as you have way more room.
There is a correct stance. The correct stance is the claim has not met its burden of proof.
Might have to try to
Therefore,
get that. I got some wheels. I could actually use
120
those.
VP's
The
149.
The square cube ones, not the rectangle.
Hectic first day. But earning
So,
my
like,
nursing
it's
degree
only
online
taller.
gave me the
Yeah.
flexibility to fit school into my
Skip
life
that.
and prepare for situations like this.
Oh, skip it.
accepted. There is a claim. Pick any claim. Doesn't matter. It's either true or not true, correct?
Lewis said, "How are you?"
Lou, what it do?
So, if you believe it's true,
man,
and I don't believe it's true,
fastest man on 3
does
wheels.
that mean I believe it's false? No.
Yeah.
Does not mean I believe it's false. If you believe it's false, if you believe the claim is false, and I don't believe the claim is false, does that mean I believe it's true? No, it doesn't. It does not mean that. If Don either committed a crime or he didn't.
Yeah.
You think he's guilty, and I am not convinced that he's guilty. Does that mean I'm convinced he's innocent?
Well, I mean.
Don't say yes.
Oh.
But that is.
Yes or no?
Don't say yes.
Yes or no? If I'm not convinced that he's guilty, does that mean I am convinced he's innocent?
No.
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 There's a third alternative, and that is I don't know.
I am not convinced he's.
The best scenario, what he's trying to say is the O.J. Simpson trial. We know O.J. did it, right? I'm pretty sure he did. But there was no evidence that said he did it. You couldn't build a case against him. So, are we convinced that O.J. is guilty? No. But does that mean we're convinced that he's innocent? No. Just because you're convinced that somebody isn't guilty doesn't mean I'm convinced that he is innocent. And people get that question wrong all the time, yo. You don't have to think the opposite just because a person takes one position. You don't have to think the opposite of their position. You can take no position on it. Like, no, I don't. There's not sufficient evidence for me to go either way. You know? Is the fucking jelly bean jar even or odd? I don't know. Well, I think it's even. Well, that doesn't mean that I think it's odd. Just because I think it's even, I think I don't know how many jelly beans are in the fucking jar.
Guilty, and I'm not convinced he's innocent because neither potential outcome, even though those are the only two available, has actually met its burden of proof.
Well, I'm glad that okay, so that really helped a lot because to me,
Let me try it one more way, just because I'm not convinced that it's set in.
No,
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this, Jeff. I'm gonna do this even if you hang up. On my desk, there's a jar full of gumballs.
Yeah.
The number of gumballs is either even or it's odd, right? If I don't believe the number is even, does that mean I believe the number is odd?
No.
Ah, thank you. You do get it. We have made progress.
Yes. Okay. So I think the main issue was I thought you guys are claiming a God is not true because there is no scientific evidence.
So science is one of the best ways to determine the truth, and there may be other ways too, and we're open to those. But you gotta give us some good reasons and some good validation for it.
So here's the last thing. You were convinced you understood our position, right?
Previously, yes.
Yes.
But,
and you were wrong, right? So you're also convinced that there's a God, right?
Convinced. It's more faith. Like it's.
Good answer.
I don't know.
Good answer.
Okay.
I think that's a good
Way
place
to
start.
dodge right at the end. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate the call.
Well, he's not convinced. That's a good thing.
Well, it's not so much I'm convinced, but I believe it. Yeah. But now we're playing the synonym tap dance.
Yeah, through the cell phone, yeah.
I'm so
I heard before you say that
everything I see now.
we have no examples of nothing.
That's the first thing I get up and I scroll for hours. I hate that shit, yo. I'm like so addicted to it though. Like all the little shit like that, I be seeing all that shit, yo.
But I'll agree with you. We don't have the experience of absolute nothingness.
Yo, I tell you, my stomach's hurting, yo.
The experience that you exist. So everything that can be in existence can either be or not be.
So you're saying that everything that can possibly exist either exists or doesn't?
It can either be or not be. Nothing
Yes.
in the sense that, like me, there was a time when I did not exist. And so there was a time there was no me, and now there is. So if you have that sense, Matt, without experience absolute nothingness, we have a sense of what nothing is. So we can conceptualize, even though we don't have an absolute empirical experience of absolute nothingness.
I have no objection to being able to conceptualize or define nothing. I mean, you could just define it as a situation without properties at all. I mean,
I think it'd be a little bit unreal criteria to say that we have to have some sort of direct experience of everything.
The one young guy who does tons of videos.
I don't disagree.
I got his name. You watch him?
Said that.
What, doing a whole bunch of like quarantine?
No, he does those little setups where he did one. He was outside, standing next to a tree, and he turned around and he had like all the boards stuck to his back, and he went like that. Yeah, but that guy, he does like how his mind works to come up, to keep constantly coming up with shit like that. Like, dude, that's creative as shit, bro.
Got famous off of this shit.
Hell yeah, and he got famous people in his videos now.
I agree with people, but when I agree with you, and then you come up with examples to prove your case, we're just kind of time wasting. What I said was that I don't know that you can demonstrate that everything that exists could possibly not exist.
Okay, even though we don't have direct empirical experience of absolute nothingness, we do have scientific principles that say, for example, one of the principles underlying the scientific method, for every effect there must be a cause. And so from that principle, we can sort of trace it back and say, well, if everything can either be or not be, then there must be a time when nothing was.
Okay, first of all, we haven't decided that everything can be or not be, that is necessarily true that something could not be. But second of all, the law of causality that you're talking about necessarily applies within the framework, the temporal framework of the universe. And I'm not the guy who should be explaining it.
Any logical, rational being, in order for there to be anything, we need some scientific evidence to prove that something can in fact come from nothing. And that we don't have, correct?
No, we don't have to prove that something can come from nothing. In fact, it may be impossible. We don't know.
You don't know, I know.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Congrats.
There has to be a creator which was not created.
How do you know
there
this?
Has to be a being that
How do you know this?
It's being from another being. Otherwise,
Todd,
it could be anything.
Todd, if you're going to claim... Todd, you just said you know this, and I said, how do you know this?
Okay, whether you want to say the first mover of the unmoved mover, such as Thomas Aquinas said, the uncaused cause, or what we call necessary being would have not to have been.
You know what we call that?
Word salad.
Yeah, and special pleading.
It's logical conclusion.
No, it isn't. It's a logical fallacy called special pleading. Everything has to follow this rule except for your God. Because that's the only way your theology works.
But you believe that I exist right now, and do you believe there was a time when I didn't exist?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, would you consider that to be kind of an example of nothing?
No.
No.
Do you think you came from nothing? Do you?
Where was I before my parents had? You know.
There was no you. Okay, you're confusing no thing with nothing. What you are is a What you are, Todd, let me finish. What you are is a collection of other things that have been put together in a particular pattern that we therefore identify. Nothing caused you to become out of nothing. We simply label this particular collection of things that is you. And at one time, that particular collection did not exist in that particular way.
Okay, but then you can say that that's nothing. If I didn't exist, then that would be nothing. I mean, any logical, rational being...
No, it's not.
Say that you can't conceptualize that and say, well, there was a time when before the Big Bang where there was nothing.
There was no... Okay, and first of all...
By that, we can reach a logical conclusion that there must be a creator. And I'll give you an example.
Todd, you just said time before the Big Bang, which is a nonsensical concept according to everything that we know so far about universe origins.
But you cannot have infinite causes because a finite cause is not the first cause.
No.
There must be a first cause of all motion.
No.
You haven't demonstrated that, for example, let's just go with one particular hypothesis, that the universe hasn't always existed in some state, in some way, just because our local experiential universe has a defined beginning, which actually is just the point at which we cannot say anything about what came before. You haven't demonstrated that it didn't exist in some fashion before.
And that's where you lose me, because if you're saying there's infinity, I think that makes a lot less logical sense than there being a God.
Is your God not infinite?
Yes.
Correct. And that makes sense to you.
It does make sense to me. You have to have a being that was not created by
Why? Why do you have to?
Being?
Well, otherwise there couldn't be anything.
No.
Because otherwise you couldn't have any theology.
Why does it have to be a being, is what I'm asking you. Let's say that we both agreed that something... Let me finish the damn question. Let's say that we both agreed that something, even though we don't necessarily, but let's say we both agreed that something must necessarily always exist and be timeless. What is your justification for claiming that it's a being?
Okay, well, let's go with that. If he's not the first, if God's
not the
first...
No. You don't get to start with God. I'm asking a question. What is the justification for claiming that it has to be a being?
There is biblical evidence.
I don't care about what the Bible says.
Oh wait, do you think that all of the apostles of Jesus just got crucified for no apparent reason?
You know, we've actually talked about this on the show before.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't mean to, there's a good quote that I heard recently, which is, I don't want to insult your intelligence by pretending that you actually believe what you just said is relevant to what we were talking about. I asked what the justification was for assuming that this eternal thing is necessarily a being, and you go to the apostles and Jesus. Are you kidding me?
Let's say he is the first being.
Who?
God.
Why? No, you don't just get to pick. You don't just.
I'm not going to say your being.
Todd.
No, we don't care. We don't care.
I'm asking what is your, I'm asking, let me back up. I'm asking, what is the justification for claiming that it's a being? And you keep going back to, okay, it's a being. Why?
Because we would have to keep going back further in order to explain existence in itself.
There's nothing about the logical problem of an infinite regress that necessitates a being, and I'm asking you, since you think it does, what is the justification for this being?
There's many things. The banana, for example.
You're done.
The banana.
I don't believe you for a second when you go to bananas.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Put some pictures up online. Got some good feedback.
This motherfucker said there's plenty of good reasons. The banana.
Quick argument for the existence of God, a single point that we
There's
can maybe
still
address
gates
on
on
the
the
show.
Lincoln Tunnel now?
You know, apart from us just sitting here
What?
jousting back and forth about
Steel
other,
gates.
that'd be great.
Is it?
Otherwise, I'm
On
going
the
to
end of the Lincoln Tunnel. Somebody posted it like in the camera, but I'm not sure if it's real.
I will just go ahead and give you some real quick points that I think
Those already been there, haven't
tell
they?
me what you think about
I don't recall, and I've been on the
Can you narrow it down to like one or two?
I'm just narrowing down to 7 premises
If I'm not mistaken.
Just look up, Google some other pictures of Lincoln Tunnel.
I mean, they're so simple, I believe you'll agree with every one of them.
I'm thinking those always been there for flood. That's for flood reasons.
People
But
trying to make it seem like they're gonna lock us in. You know, people are so extra.
no, that's if the tunnel floods out or something. You
They're
close it
sharing
up.
it as in like quarantine to like.
Yeah, but I mean, you can. That is definitely a possibility. I mean,
Yeah, they've been there.
close the floodgates. You're gonna close off people.
If I said to you, Matt, fire does not burn paper, you're going to go ahead and you're going to say, well, you know what, we got a billion examples where fire burns paper. And you just said that something can come from nothing. I want you to go ahead and give me this scientific example where something came from nothing. And I know you're not going to go to
If that shit flood out, they gotta shut that shit off.
example because you and I both know that when Lawrence Krauss talks about something coming from
That's
nothing,
why the bridges go over the water and the tunnel goes under the water.
energy. I did not say empty
The George
space
Washington
is a level of
Bridge?
energy. I said
No,
nothing.
No, there's
So
no.
you're
The
gonna
George
cover
Washington
the
Bridge
point.
doesn't have a
So go
lower
ahead.
level. They have an upper and lower and
But
middle.
that's what I'm saying. The George Washington Bridge goes over the water. The Lincoln Tunnel goes under the water.
From nothing. Can you give me one example where that happened?
And that's why I get scared running that shit because it's under the
Yeah, because you
fucking
said
I didn't know.
something cannot come from
There's
nothing.
another thing
And
that's
I
West
would agree
Virginia or
with you.
something.
And
There's
I'm not
a
asserting that
highway
something
and
can
it
come
goes
from
under the
nothing.
water.
My position was that I do not necessarily
I think I know what you're talking about. I ain't never went on that shit though.
come from nothing.
I know Maryland got a. I know Maryland got a big ass bridge that goes. Their highway goes across the bridge.
You better let me finish.
I want to write that
You
shit.
better let me
See how it
finish,
goes
or I'm
under
going to
and
hang
come
up
out
on
the
you.
other end?
Do you not understand the difference between I do not accept X and I think X is
had
false?
that
Do you
on
not
that.
understand the difference?
No choice.
Okay, what I said was I do not accept
And
necessarily
which end you living
that
on?
something cannot come from nothing. I did not assert that something can
North
come
side
from
and
nothing.
east side.
I was
South
going
side.
to go to the Lawrence Krauss example specifically so that we can actually have a discussion about what you mean by nothing. Because what physicists mean by nothing is different from what other people mean by nothing. And I needed to do that for clarity.
Okay, what I mean by nothing is non-existence.
Sure, and I still don't accept that is a truism. I accept that inductive reasoning would lead us to believe that that's most probably true, but we cannot absolutely that it is impossible for something to come from nothing because there is no way to examine and test that.
Okay,
So are you agreeing with that?
okay, no, I don't. What I think is interesting.
Why don't you
I'm
agree
going to
with
go
it?
ahead and agree with it, but as long as you're willing to agree that the evidence that we have indicates we have no positive evidence that shows that something comes from nothing.
Sure, but we don't have, as Tracy pointed out, we don't have an example of nothing from which to draw.
As long as you would agree with that, and not only that, but keep this in mind, Matt. If we assume that something can come from nothing, then all science goes out the window anyways.
We're not assuming that.
Science is entirely based upon the law of cause and effect.
We're not assuming that. We're not assuming. How many times do I have to explain this? We're not assuming that something can come from nothing. I'm saying that the simple assertion that it is impossible for something to come from nothing is a position that you have not actually justified. And if you just appeal to all of the evidence that we have available, you are making a huge argument from ignorance right off the beginning.
Because we don't have nothing available to examine.
For the person who's asserting that something can't come from nothing, it is their responsibility to prove their case. Can you do that?
There you go. So can we accept premise 1 and now move to premise 2?
No. Can you demonstrate premise 1?
Premise 1 is example of anything that we have is that every effect has a cause. For something to come into existence,
First of all, you changed all the language in there. But premise number 1 is something that needs to actually be demonstrated. And my question to you was actually, can you demonstrate it? And so far, the only thing you've offered is that, well, all the evidence that we have seems to point that direction, and we don't have any evidence that contradicts it. Well, that's really cool, and it's a good way to say that it's probably true that something can't come from nothing, but it is not an absolute.
Well, we have demonstrated.
Let's do this. You know what, man? I'm happy to say it's probably true, because I think that the evidence sides with it.
Sure.
So how about if we just say, you know what, it's probably true, and if you can figure out a way to contradict it, then we'll accept.
No. So we might agree that it's probable as a matter of inductive reasoning. We don't just assume that it's true and continue on, because that is logic based on probability, and I'm talking about syllogistic logic.
Okay, so if we take Kant said, from nothing, nothing comes.
I don't care what Kant says any more than I cared what you said or what Captain Kirk says. As I said before, the arguments stand and fall on their own merits, not in the merits of the individual. So there's no point citing Kant, because I think Kant was wrong there.
Yeah, really. Okay, again, what I want you to notice is when you say that you think he's wrong, I just want you to know you're putting yourself in the camp of those who are making claims, and you have absolutely, by your own testimony, you have no evidence whatsoever.
That's not a claim.
No, it isn't a claim. Why is this so difficult for you? When you quoted Kant to say nothing from nothing, nothing comes, I don't agree with him. I don't necessarily think that he could sufficiently make that case, just as I don't think you can make the case that something comes from nothing. Sorry, something doesn't come from nothing.
You do agree that as far as something coming from something, that's the only thing that makes sense.
Only because we don't have nothing.
Okay, but what you're telling me as a rational thinker that logically it makes sense that nothing can produce something.
No, I haven't said that at all. I haven't said that at all. As a matter of fact, I've said we can't, and Tracy's pointed out twice now, that we can't assess that because you don't have enough.
In other words, man, don't you think, though, I mean, I don't know why you resist this point so strongly, but don't you think at least that the strong preponderance of the evidence would support that something cannot come from nothing?
You've never examined nothing, so how can you make any assessment of it?
Hello?
Okay. To say that you've never examined nothing,
right,
is I think simply logically ignoring the fact that
you don't have argument.
Something is a logical absurdity.
Then you're being absurd when you. But you're talking about nothing as though it is something. So what I'm asking you're invoking it.
Nothing is non-existent. It's non-being.
What is that?
You can certainly imagine non-being. It's non-existent.
What is? Give me an example of something that is nothing that we have examined.
You can't. Because you can't examine nothing.
Go ahead and give an example of nothing. In order to give an example, I have to give you an example of something.
Exactly.
Wait, so what are we talking about? What are we talking about when you say nothing and you start making...
I just want to know, you know what, let's do this. Let's go ahead and assume that you're going to reject this point. Are you going to go ahead and you're going to go on record as saying that you believe something can come from nothing? that.
No, he has not said
No,
that.
sir. And if you twist my words one more time to make me say something that I most definitely did not say and have corrected you on multiple times, not only will I hang up on your ass, but you can forget debating because you're demonstrating an incredible amount of dishonesty. Do you get that?
No, I don't think it's dishonest at all, Matt.
You can email and formally request a debate once you figure out why it is that saying, I don't accept X is not the assertion that I think X is true,
And
which you accused me of multiple times.
Yeah, you made it very clear. You said repeatedly, I think at least on 3 occasions during that call, you said that is not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
To be on the job, be C. When you have to be dad, be C.
Do you want to keep listening to this stuff?
Mm-hmm. The label that God is
Sunday,
bandied
Sunday,
about.
Sunday.
People are like, oh no, God
That
is
was still a little
nature,
bit
God
longer.
is
Took a
love,
little
God
bit
is
there.
energy, or God is all of us, or some consciousness. Yet, no. The word carries some baggage with it because of its historical use. It would be wrong for me to say, this coffee cup is God. It doesn't have any of the identifiable characteristics of any of the classical definitions of God where we get the baggage from. And the biggest one is, this exists. I mean, there's one big difference for you right there. But it's dishonest, disingenuous of people to try to argue God as something else. Hey, if God is energy and that's all, just use the word energy.
Okay.
You don't get to add the word God and then ignore the baggage when it's convenient and yet use the baggage when it's convenient. You know, oh, God's energy, but he really, really needs $20. Why? You know, it's unfair. It's not an intellectual argument. It is an attempt to sound accommodating. It is an attempt to sound sophisticated. It is an attempt to sound open-minded, and it is none of the above. It is childish and nonsensical.
The thing that I was mostly thinking about is to demonstrate, I guess, creation or something like that. I would consider, if I saw something coming from nothing, evidence of creation. I wouldn't say that 100% has maybe there's some other force behind it or something, but I would say that's pretty strong evidence.
I think one of the things we have to be careful about is, yeah, what you mean by something from nothing, sure, that'd be evidence. The question is, how do you test and identify that? Because I've seen something apparently come from nothing. I've been to tons of magic shows where that happens. The thing is, you need to devise some sort of testable conditions by which to demonstrate that, yes, in fact, there's nothing, and something has come from this nothing. And then once that's done, the only thing you know is that it is possible for something to come from nothing. In order to claim that you've identified the cause of this, you need additional evidence. It's much the same way we get tons of questions about claims of prophecy. And while they are ridiculous to the point that it's not even worth going into now, if somebody makes a prediction and it comes true, I don't care what it is, calling a coin toss, that tells you nothing other than they made a claim and it came to pass. You don't know how they made that claim. Did they know that the coin was going to come up heads, tails, heads because they got lucky? Because aliens were communicating with them? Because some god told them? Because they were manipulating the coin with their mind? You have no way of knowing from the thing itself what the cause is. You have to actually demonstrate the causal chain, not assume it. And there may be a way. I can't think of any way right now that a mere experiment about something from nothing.
Don't forget the acid tracking system. Yeah, they got the girl eating it. Yeah, I see that.
Sure, it's my first day as an IT.
Even if it could happen, would give you any evidence that would confirm the idea of a creator type being.
think that I don't have that much to say else about that. I mean, you kind of
She ate it,
cornered
and
it,
her
you know what I mean?
face tells a different story.
Yeah, I dumped all over it, and but I was hoping that it would at least address, you know, what you were thinking about, and if so, then I'm fine.
She eats a lot of it.
So.
Yeah, well,
She chose it.
I sort of wanted to
smiling face like it was
like,
good, but like
I was gonna
not really.
sort of say that since, you know, the Big Bang Theory, you know, so something came from nothing,
You gotta do
potentially
That's not what it says.
That's not the theory.
Oh, okay. I guess I need to look more stuff up about
If
that.
you email the list, I'll send you some links.
Okay.
I have a question for you guys. You know, I agree with everything you guys are saying about this priest molestation and, you know, everything that goes on in the Catholic Church, but I just wanted you guys to understand that there actually is a big space between the Catholic Church and Christianity, and Christianity actually has nothing to do with religion.
Well,
And
hang on really quick, because I didn't actually bring all the data with me, but when we're talking about priests, pedophile priests, we're not just talking about Catholics. The corruption with the cover-ups does exist in the Catholic Church, but if you go online and do research, you'll find that it is prevalent within Protestant churches as well.
More widespread.
So and the difference is, and this is just because of some limiting statistics, is that, you know, the Protestant targets aren't boys as often as much as the Catholic targets are, and the Protestant targets aren't covered up as easily and as often as the Catholic targets are. But by no means have Catholics cornered the market on abusing children.
I'm glad you brought that up, Matt, because we don't need to be picking on the Catholics alone. We need to be painting a broader brush.
And on your other point about whether or not Christianity has anything to do with, congratulations, you have opinion number 983,625 on what true Christianity is. And until somebody can actually demonstrate which one of all those opinions is correct, they're all just as empty and meaningless.
Well, I'm sorry that you guys feel that way, but, you know, the thing is, how can you say just because all these things happen in the world that there's just absolutely no God? I mean,
I didn't say that.
Eliminate God from it.
I didn't say that. The burden of proof is on the person making the claim. If you're going to make a claim that a God exists, that this supernatural entity exists, you actually have to prove it. Because the default position is not to believe that there's some supernatural being when there's absolutely no evidence to support it.
Do you believe in evolution?
Do I believe in evolution?
Science supports evolution, right?
I believe that evolutionary theory is scientifically supported and is a reasonable, natural explanation for the origins of species, yes.
Can a scientist explain why there's a monkey that can sit next to you and you look a whole lot different?
Sure, because we didn't descend from monkeys. Monkeys and humans descended from a common ancestor. You really need to go to Talk Origins. You really need to do a lot more research into these really simple, basic questions.
Can your religion explain why chimps and humans have 98% the same DNA?
Yeah. Yes, because God created us.
Ah, God, the all-encompassing non-answer.
Do you ever just look up at the sky?
Over the place, and I have yet to find a God.
How do you breathe every day? How did we come about? How is there
Muscles contract my lungs. Go read a book. Some of these, you know, there's an FAQ at our website. You can go to www.atheist-community.org. You can check out the FAQ. There are tons of information.
I really hate those
online.
people though who be like,
you can go to Talk Origins.
can't you just look at nature? Have you ever looked at the sky and the butterflies and the plants? That's God. Who else could make something so beautiful except God? Like, nature doesn't prove fucking God. Calm down.
You have to actually provide some information from that. You can't come up with these non-answer arguments of, haven't you ever looked at the stars and I can't explain it, so
You never
God did it.
wondered about space? Just look at the birds.
Each of us has a purpose. We are destined to do something.
I don't mind bird watching. That shit don't get me close to God.
It says here the Catholic Church is a force for good in the world?
Yes, I imagine you disagree with that position?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Well,
Perhaps this would work better first if you presented your reasoning.
examples?
Yes, yes.
Sure,
Why do you think the world will be better without the Catholic Church?
Wow.
AIDS in Africa.
AIDS in Africa, Inquisition, the idea that there are special people who need to relate God's message to you, creating a kind of an incredibly unequal society, indulgences, opposing contraception pretty much everywhere.
Which is your AIDS in Africa, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The extreme, how did I not go to this first? The extremely illegal actions that make them a corrupt criminal organization of moving pedophiles around from church to church over a colossal amount of time in order to save their image and allow these predators to keep raping children. How's that for not a force for good in the world?
And you even labeled it as criminal. But the thing is, why in the world don't you bother to reform the organization rather than simply to destroy it?
Because I'm not a member of it.
I don't care to reform it. Why would I care to reform it? First of all, you're not going to just sit here and come up with fallacy after, well, what you said was true, then certainly the legislature should be going after them. Have you looked in Ireland lately where that's exactly what they're doing? When you're talking about an organization that is systematically set up to avoid and inhibit criminal investigations, it's really, really hard, especially when you talk about something that's rich and filthy rich and powerful. The fact that it hasn't happened yet, oh wait, no, that's not true. It's happening now. So your initial rebuttal here is absolute nonsense.
Sir, that's funny. You haven't even heard my entire argument because you haven't allowed me to finish.
Because you haven't allowed me to finish.
Yes, please. Most certainly. Thank you. Now, the police force exists as a necessary force to keep criminals away. Yet there exists corruption in the police force, and they do things far worse than the Catholic Church. And mind you, these pedophiles would have done what they did.
Pause. I'm going to let you finish. Pause.
But we do not.
I put you on hold in case you didn't hear that. Nobody can hear you but you right now. So you're paused.
We cannot get rid of a necessary system.
You're still yelling into the phone.
Yeah.
But I do not want to have a shouting match.
You're not having a shouting match with anybody except yourself. Your ass is on hold.
That would be most appreciated.
You don't understand. If you would pause for a second, I'm trying to explain to you that you're on hold so that I can respond to your nonsensical position.
No,
Wow, you don't know what hold means. I'm going to give you exactly one more chance to actually have a conversation here, which is a back and forth, and you're gone.
That's outrageous.
The police is a necessary organization, and it's worth reforming. The Catholic Church is not a necessary organization. It is a nonsensical organization. A bunch of fat, lazy do-nothings who have been living off the public dole for centuries. The fact that they can do good is a testament to the fact that there are good people who will do good. But the organization is corrupt. It is poisoned to its core, and it serves no essential good purpose, no true purpose. It's lie after lie, promoting harm to real people, and you can sit there and engage in histrionics and yelling at yourself on hold all you want, but the Catholic Church is not a force for good, and fuck you for saying so.
To all my Catholic homies out there.
What are you in this meeting? Am I ready for this? Of course. When earning my degree online, I learned to apply real-world knowledge that made an impact on my career right away. Speaking of which, it's time for me to run this meeting.
Be ready for the challenge. Purdue University Global.
By the way, I forgot to do this the other day, and this is not meant in any way to necessarily insult you, but I missed out on Everybody Draw Muhammad Day.
No, you didn't. It's the 20th.
It's the 20th?
Yeah, it's so
Why were the schools doing it early?
I don't know. There's probably
Well, I'm doing it anyway, so I drew my...
Hey,
16
every
minutes.
day is Everybody
There we
Draw
go.
Muhammad Day.
So, there I am. For all those people who said I was afraid to be an infidel against religions other than Christian, I'm an infidel with respect to all of them. And, you know, a stick figure. And there were people who were upset about it, and they run around changing.
As somebody who plays tabletop fantasy role-playing games, I'm not only going to draw Muhammad, I'm going to write up his stats.
Cool.
So you can beat him up in a game.
That has to go on the blog.
Or team up with him. You can make him a good guy, I guess.
That has to go up on the blog.
Yeah, we don't believe in souls. We don't believe in this afterlife. There's no evidence for this sort of thing. So
just
you know,
because
you
you
don't
don't
get brownie
believe it
points.
doesn't mean it isn't true.
Right, and just because you keep asserting it doesn't mean it's true. So we're in a disagreement about whether or not it's true. What steps can we take to try to find out whether or not it's true? Do you care whether or not it's true?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so how do we go about determining whether or not this is true? Because we're in a disagreement about a fundamental fact about existence, right? And we care whether or not it's true. So what steps do we take to figure out whether or not it's true?
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
Well, that's a different argument.
It's not.
Well, everything that exists has to have a cause, right?
What the hell does that have to do with it?
Well,
you said you cared about whether or not this claim about a soul and an afterlife is true, right? And I do too. Now, if we both care about this, but we don't currently know whether or not it's true, there must be some way for us to go about determining if it's true, because there's no way for us to find out whether or not it's true, then its truth is indistinguishable from its falseness. So I'm asking you, how would you go about finding out whether or not these claims are true? And you can't just begin with everything has to have a cause. That's got nothing to do with an afterlife or a soul.
Well, you have to begin somewhere. I mean...
Yeah, I'd like to begin by addressing the question.
All right, well, like, in the Bible it says that God created everything.
Sure, and Captain Kirk asked God why he needed a spaceship. You can't go to the Bible and say what the Bible says, because then the next question is, why do you believe the Bible to be true? If your source of truth is the Bible, you've already lost.
You see, everything that exists has to have a cause, and everything does exist, and there has to be a cause. And the Bible says that God created the earth, and God created everything.
Right,
so,
and other religions make other claims about it. So how do we go about finding out which one of those, if any, are true?
Well, that's where faith comes in.
No. Because if you care about whether or not something's true, faith has no place. Because your faith is indistinguishable from the faith of people who disagree with you. It's not a path to truth. Faith is accepting something. Faith is gullibility. Faith is the reason, the excuse people give for believing something when they don't have a good reason. I'm talking about how do we go about finding a good reason. And if your only answer is to, well, the Bible says so, or, well, you just have to have faith, then you've demonstrated that you are not actually concerned about whether or not it's true.
I just want to believe it because it feels good.
It's true.
Then why don't you take the steps that would reliably lead you to discern whether or not it's true?
And what are those steps?
Why are you giving up and saying, oh, you just got to take it on faith? That's not a path to truth. I could take it on faith that after I die, I'm going to be spirited away by leprechauns to the tree in my backyard. I can take that on faith, and now that claim is exactly as viable as yours, if not more.
There is a tree, after all.
I have a tree. I'm talking about paths to truth, and you're making appeals to faith, and that's not a path to truth. Faith is a give up. It's the point at which you stop seeking truth and just say, I can't figure out how to get any farther, so I'm just going to go ahead and accept this answer because it feels right, or because I don't want to keep looking. It's not a path to truth. And it's the thing that I would encourage people to do is to actually go around and think about how you find out whether or not something's true in every other aspect. Because I guarantee you that you don't use faith for finding truth outside of your religious claims.
Well, but if we were absolutely certain that God existed, then there would be no room for having faith.
Okay. So what? First of all, we don't need to be absolutely certain. We can be reasonably certain. But second of all, okay, so there's no room for faith. I'm fine with that. Why would anybody want to make room for faith? Why would you think faith is a good thing?
Well, because if you don't have faith in something, how can you trust it?
No. I can have trust in things and I can have confidence in things based on evidence. based on I have reasonable expectations about what's going to happen because there's a past record that has provided evidence for things. If I drop this pen, I don't have to have faith that it's going to fall down and hit the table.
Well, all right, we do have some reasonable evidence to believe that there's a God.
What?
That everything exists, that nothing can exist without a creator.
No. I'm sorry, but having gone over these arguments a lot of times, I recommend actually go over to wiki.ironchariots.org. We have arguments for the existence of God because we've got responses up there for the vast majority of these. And you cannot simply say that because everything exists, there must be a creator.
He still would have probably went on his helicopter.
Depending on how you
he died from
structure,
the
first of all, it's
helicopter
not a logical argument, but depending on how you structure
Coronavirus did happen
there can be
earlier in the year.
fallacies that get you from I exist,
Yeah, exactly.
and they're all flawed. If they weren't,
It didn't change anything. The coronavirus was already out when Kobe died.
If there is no creator, then how do things exist and how are things so complex?
First of all, complexity has absolutely nothing to do with it.
That was the good old days, yo. You can go places.
Hopefully that shit could go back to like
no answer,
normalcy, right? People won't want to leave the house.
Then the answer is I don't know. The answer doesn't become I can't think of anything better. Therefore,
Trash
God
and the
did.
pigeons that just come take everything
That is
over.
called the argument. That is called the argument. What's that?
If we have a holy book that's 4,000 years old that says that there is a God who created things,
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The age of your claims, neither the age of your claims, nor the number of people who believe them, nor the strength of their convictions has any bearing at all on whether or not those claims are likely to be true. And there are claims that are older than the book that you're pointing to, by the way, and you disregard those. Matter of fact, you disregard every other claim by every other religion, and you have absolutely no grounds for doing so. You make a special case for the religion that you believe, and you only want to justify it by appealing to faith. That's not somebody who's interested in whether or not something's true.
Well, there are no claims that are as old as this one that say that there was one creator that created everything.
Sure. Who cares? Why does it have to be a one creator? Why are you disregarding the other various creation claims? You're making a whole bunch of assumptions that are all based on your preconceptions about your own religion. You are poisoning the well. You are looking at all the evidence and tossing out anything that doesn't already fit with what you already believe. You're not
tossing out any evidence.
Sorry, what?
I'm not tossing out any evidence.
Yes, you are.
What am I tossing out?
You're tossing out all of the other claims that don't match what you already believe, and you have no basis. Every other religion.
But they don't talk about the creator. They just talk about gods that have always existed and that live in this realm.
No, they don't. You are grossly ignorant on what other religions claim, and you're also grossly ignorant on how to go about processing claims to figure out they're true. And you've got what you believe, and now you're looking for anything that fits what you already believe. That's not a path to truth. You do not care whether or not it's true. And if you do, I'd recommend that you start at wiki.ironchariots.org and the arguments for the existence of God, and actually go out and get some books from what other great thinkers have had to say on this subject, because the kind of kindergarten, simplistic, I exist, therefore God, doesn't get anywhere. I mean, do you really think you can live in a world where this wouldn't be like Nobel Prize and front page news and everybody knew it if there was a logical argument for the existence of God?
Well,
would you have for 1 second said you have to take it on faith if there was a valid and sound logical argument for the existence of God? Of course not. And
that's kind of conceding the
sorry,
argument, right?
But that is the concession. As soon as you make the Bible says so or I'm taking it on faith, you have lost, and you've demonstrated that you're not in any way concerned about truth. And on that note, I got to go on to other callers, but thanks.
All right, your question was how.
Mike used to have a 50-acre piece of ground to do plot work on, so.
How do you know that God is alive and that Jesus is the Son of God and that He lives? Is that one of your questions?
Sure. Is Jesus still alive or not?
Of course he is. Where does the sun come from? Where does the air we breathe come from?
Okay, so
Is it
Jesus
from
didn't
man?
die, right? So he didn't die
Man
for your
create
sins.
that, things that we cannot explain?
Well, when you,
How does a man that you cannot explain, you said, I am that I am, right?
no, you asked first, where does the sun come from and the oxygen that we breathe, and that this is stuff that can't be created by man, and that's why you believe that it's God?
You know that it is. He
No,
said,
no,
I
no.
am that I am.
No,
Well, you know that the sun exists and the air that we breathe every day exists.
right?
Someone had to do it.
No, not a someone to exist for some explanation. There has to be a reason behind
There's
it.
an
What is it?
explanation. I'm telling you. In the Bible it says, I am that I am. He
Okay.
is who he is.
Okay, and what reason do you have to believe that that's accurate?
The reason that I believe is that God says we worship him in spirit.
How do you know what God says? How do you know what God says?
Because it says it said it in the Bible.
So you're saying that you know the Bible's true because the Bible says it's true.
I know the Bible that is true because I've had an experience with
Ah,
my own personal experience.
okay, what experience?
Jesus Christ. And when you yourself, you will know without a shadow of a doubt that he lives.
Okay, so
He lives, his spirit.
okay, so hang on, because I have a couple questions that hopefully you can clear up. One, I used to be a Christian, and I had some experiences that I thought were similar to other people's, but evidently they weren't. If Jesus actually exists and loves me and cares for me, why wouldn't he demonstrate himself to me in the same way that he's demonstrated himself to you?
Probably didn't ask. And he probably did show you different ways, but you were just ignoring them.
Really? Like what? What kind of ways would he show himself that I'd ignore?
Tell me some experiences you had to make you turn away from Christ. You said you once were.
My-
And that's one thing there that you're,
Right.
that you're saying there.
See, the thing is,
Another thing, you don't always have good times. You have bad times, trials and tribulations,
Right.
and all of that.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, you're saying that you know the Bible's true because the Bible says so, and because Jesus has demonstrated himself to you.
Of course.
And why wouldn't Jesus demonstrate himself to everybody else?
He does. We just don't
How?
recognize it.
Okay. How
We
does he do
choose.
this?
We choose. He gives us
No. You do not choose what you believe. But what I'm asking is, how does he demonstrate this?
Turn your heart.
No.
away from God.
How does he demonstrate this?
How does he? Through his Holy Spirit.
Okay, that doesn't tell me anything. I understand this isn't just an opportunity to preach. I'm asking for evidence. Now, please let me finish.
Okay.
Believe all this because you feel it. Now, is this anything that you think is demonstrable to anybody else? In other words, you have a personal experience that justifies your belief. You believe it sincerely because of your personal experience. Do you think anybody else should believe until they have a personal experience?
Sure, they should believe because, like I said, you know.
So you think?
You know, okay, when you think about that we have right or wrong, that's God there,
It is.
and that's in any of us.
What makes you
We
think
know
that that's
that
God?
we have to make a choice between right or wrong.
And what makes you think
God.
that that's God?
That's there. He put that in you to make the choices between right or wrong. You don't put those decisions into your mind, your way of thinking.
No, I want to go back to what you answered, and that was you said that in fact, despite if somebody didn't have a personal experience to prove this, they should still believe. And your justification for this is that
They
right
don't
and wrong
have to believe.
exists.
You would pray that they would.
What?
would
Okay,
come
can I get a damn sentence
believe.
out? Your justification for this
That's
is
what
that.
Jesus said for us to do. Pray for them.
Okay, you know what? Until you demonstrate existence, I don't give a damn what Jesus says. Absolutely. The justification that you're using is something that could only possibly be personal. I've had some personal experience, and this justifies my belief. I'm fine with that. Your belief, as far as I can tell, it's justified. I think you're incorrect about what you're calling personal experience because you can't really identify it. Oh, it's just a feeling, or he speaks to me, or right and wrong, or the fact that the sun and everything else exists. No, there's an explanation for why the sun exists, and it's all naturalistic and scientific. The reason I hypothesize that there's any sort of supernatural creator or force behind it. What you're basically saying is this all feels good to you. You have plenty of things that you can't explain, and rather than investigating them and trying to find an explanation, you're happier just believing that it's all God and Jesus. Because it keeps you comfortable when things get bad. Okay, fine. I'm asking why that should be justified to anybody else. Use the Bible to prove the Bible.
Okay.
You need independent confirmation. It's like the question of whether or not Jesus actually existed. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that he didn't.
Do you believe he was the Son of God or just a mortal man?
I'm sorry?
Do you believe he was the Son of God or just a mortal man?
I'm not even convinced that he actually existed, but I definitely don't believe he was the Son of
Have you been to the
God.
Holy Land? Have you been to the Holy Land?
No.
I suggest you go there.
Why?
Because everything that it said, the Bible stated there. The tomb, the
This
Garden of
is the
Gethsemane,
Superman argument.
Sea of Galilee, River Jordan, everything.
Okay,
Check it out.
did you see the Spider-Man movie?
Yeah.
It took place in New York. You can actually go to New York, and those places are there. Does that mean Spider-Man was real? Your standards of evidence are incredibly low.
Have you been to the Holy City?
You can't justify
It's there, it's
the
real.
Bible with the Bible. You can't justify the fact that something which was supposedly took place in a real place, if the real place exists, then the events exist. The fact that there is a tomb doesn't say whose tomb. It doesn't necessarily imply whose tomb it was, or that any of the things. Hang on, or that any of the things written in the Bible are accurate descriptions of real events. You're talking about the Bible says that Jesus was an answer to prophecy. Now, first of all, what you count as prophecy depends on what you actually believe, which is why Jews don't think Jesus fulfilled prophecy at all. Jesus did not fill Jewish messianic prophecy. Second, you have evidence that there are forgeries and changes, and the author of Matthew, who used Luke as a source, added in every little thing he could to make it appear that Jesus fulfilled prophecy. In any case, you're still trying to use the Bible to prove the Bible. What you need is independent evidence to support your claim.
Are you familiar with the scripture where you know Christianity, but you fall away from it? It's God said it's better for you not to know than those who knew who backslided. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, and
it doesn't worry you at all.
No, because I don't believe in God.
That's you're
Well,
really playing with
you
fire.
pray for me, and I'll think for you. Thank you.
All right.
Pray for me, I'll think for you, because you gotta
The
think
point of
right
my call
now.
is, from from a physics standpoint, I know that energy cannot be created nor destroyed, and if we have that some sort of energy like that in our bodies, energy like that can only be transferred. So would that be sort of like maybe a
That's a pretty good logical question. If it is your energy and it can't be destroyed, so
I was wondering what you thought about that.
There's a lot of confusion when people start tossing around the word energy because
Yeah.
all this new age crap.
I mean, you have
tends
electrical
to
energy.
toss around the word
Our
energy
bodies do conduct
because
electricity. That's why we can get
prone to being
electrocuted.
used for equivocation.
And our brain synapses are really
There's energy
similar
and
to
matter. So what?
electric synapses.
It's like, does a battery have an afterlife once we've drained it? The thing, what Jeff was pointing about, how you define life. Nothing about who I am, or everything about who I am, I guess, is, as far as I can tell, the product of my brain, which is, there's energy there, but there's no identifiable mechanism for after I'm dead and my body begins to decay and the whatever energy there was, dissipates, etc. That this represents me in any sense, any more than, once we've drained the battery, it has an afterlife. Yeah. I think it's more word games than anything.
If there's nothing, it's just nothing after that, like you don't be reincarnated or whatever you want to, say happens to you, just like if there's just nothing, that's just unacceptable to me, and that's kind of scary in a way, because I want to exist, in some way.
You can, start making a list of things that are unacceptable to you. The fact that they're unacceptable does not mean they're not true.
You're saying, I don't want to live in a world where I don't get to continue living. Well, how is that different from saying, I don't want to live in a world where I'm not a billionaire?
True.
Yeah, there's no denying that the religious claims of afterlives, it can make people feel good, just like that buying a lottery ticket and thinking about your chances to win the lottery and having those dreams and spending the money before you actually get it can make people feel good. But when you don't get it, is that suddenly unacceptable? I mean, nobody's presented any reason to think that any of us are going to exist after we're dead. And there's the quote, which I'll paraphrase, which was originally attributed to Mark Twain, when he was asked about the idea of being afraid of being dead, and I'll argue that nobody experiences being dead. He said, "I was dead for 1 billion years before I was born and wasn't troubled by it one bit." There are scientists who actually study near-death experience phenomena. And while we don't completely understand it, there's no reason to think that it's not just a dying brain, a malfunctioning, oxygen-deprived brain dying. The other thing to note is that people who have near-death experiences, for those who have the kind of the general, there's a light and a tunnel type thing, which to me, anybody who's fainted has probably seen a tunnel. There's a reason we call it tunnel vision in those situations. But for those people who don't experience the generic, for those people who experience specific symbolism and imagery, it almost always exactly matches the religious beliefs that they have. You don't have Hindus seeing Jesus. You don't have Protestants seeing the Virgin Mary.
Understand what this atheism is all about, so I want to know what it's all about.
Okay.
From the little I know about atheism, you don't believe there is a supreme being.
Right.
So if you don't believe there is a supreme being, then what do you believe in?
Everything that can be demonstrated reasonably. It's bizarre to say, if you don't believe in God, what do you believe in? Because that's like saying, if you don't like ham sandwiches, what do you like? Well, there's lots of things that you might like, but that question would never occur to you. So I don't believe in a God. I don't believe in anything supernatural. But I believe in the world I experience. I'm kind of forced to.
Okay. Then, if you don't believe in supernatural being or supreme being, if you don't believe in God, then how do you think you came about?
My parents had sex.
Yeah, but somebody brought about the whole existence of human being.
How do you know it's a somebody and not a something?
Okay, what thing do you think brought about it?
Well, let's say for a second, let's just pretend that we have no explanation at all, and that our answer is we don't know.
Yes.
Okay, so there's this big mystery. Hey, why is there something rather than nothing? Why does the universe exist? And my answer could be, oh, it's natural, and we have these natural understandings. Or my answer could be, I don't have an explanation, but you think you have an explanation, and I don't accept it. Why should I accept it?
Because the Bible says it all.
Okay, why should I care what the Bible says?
Because it's the word of God, it's the truth.
How do you know it's the word of God? And that it's true? Because those are not necessarily one and the same.
It's a book inspired by God, even though God didn't write it himself, but he inspired those that wrote it.
How do you know that?
From the book itself.
Okay.
From the book
you're
itself.
Using the book to prove the book. So
yeah, the book told me that the book was true.
This book, everything in this book is true. Would you accept everything in the book?
It depends on what the book is talking about and the source of the book.
Okay, it depends on the source of the book. But you're accepting the source of the book based on the book. So if I give you a book that says it's written by God and that everything in it is true, would you accept that book?
If the book has been in existence and is being used by churches that promote and preach about God.
But are we saying here that any old book that says that it's true and that God inspired it, as long as people preach it, it is true and it is from God?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what you said. So why then do you believe?
Why?
Well, yeah, because when I asked you before why you believed, you said it was because of the Bible,
And that because the Bible is the Word of God, and because you know the Bible is the Word of God because the Bible says so. So now we've ruled out that entire argument. So why do you believe?
That's the book for the church. The Bible is a book used of the church.
I know I was a fundamentalist Christian. I was a Christian for more than 25 years. I'm familiar with the fact that the Bible is the book of the church that you accept. I'm asking, why is that the church that you accept?
I guess that's what we're meant to believe.
You're made to believe it.
Believe, and because we're supposed to believe. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out why you believe, and your answer was either the Bible or it's what you're made to believe. So let me try a different question. Why should Tracy believe what you believe?
If what I believe is truth, then she should believe is the truth.
I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
And so is Tracy. If it's true, she should believe it. Now, how do we figure out whether or not it's true?
Well, the content of the message, what does the message preach? What does it stand for?
Okay, but you can have, so what is it that you think is true about it that's important?
The Bible talks about peace.
It also talks about war.
But the Bible talks about morality.
It also advocates slavery.
Not really.
Yes, really.
It's 21. I've got a whole video covering everything about slavery. It tells you who to enslave, how long you can enslave them, how you have to let your fellow Jews go after 6 years unless you trick them by giving them a family, that you can beat them as long as they know what and that's not the only immoral thing.
Okay. You know, the thing is, you know, the Bible, you said you were a Christian for a long period.
Yeah.
The Bible has the New Testament and the Old Testament.
Right.
And in the New Testament, all that was changed.
No, it wasn't.
No, after the coming of Christ.
No. The only time slavery is mentioned in the New Testament is in specific instructions for slaves to obey their masters. There's nothing in the New Testament that says slavery is no longer allowed. It says slaves obey your masters.
Yeah, but it was not promoted. The New Testament was promoted.
So,
in the Old
do you think slavery is immoral?
Yes, I think it's immoral.
Why? Your Bible doesn't. At no point does it say that slavery is immoral. It says.
Who could have known that the smallest changes could make the biggest impact? You did. And so did we.
Exact opposite. If you were God and you were giving instructions to people, and you as God knew that slavery was immoral, would you write down slavery is immoral, don't own people as property? Or would you write down, you can go ahead and have slaves as long as you do this and this, and you can beat them as long as they don't die? Which of those two would you do if you were God?
Don't keep no slave.
Okay, so you think that God thinks slavery is immoral, and if God actually wrote the book, he would have said don't keep slaves. But that's not what happened, is it?
Just want to try to finish this.
So clearly the Bible's not the Word of God, and it's not true and not worthy of belief.
Well, I want to give Emeka some points there for saying I would write don't own slaves.
Now, well, my biggest problem is that I can hear him laughing in the background, so I'm having a hard time taking him
Sometimes people
seriously.
have nervous laughter.
I know,
but I'm just saying that if you sincerely, can come right out and say after just a moment of thought, I would say don't own slaves.
Yeah.
That is more than a lot of Christians can say.
Yeah, a lot of them will just make excuses for why it's in there.
So you get some points for that one.
Did you read Matthew 5:27 and 28?
Sure, I've read the whole Bible several times.
Okay, do you know what it says there?
Is that the passage about adultery, where doesn't just have to be physical adultery? If you look at another man's wife with lust, you've committed adultery in your heart?
Exactly. It says, whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart.
Sure.
How do you not think that that's a good thing for people to have limits?
You think that's a good thing?
It's called mind control. You're trying to determine what I think and what I don't think.
That's
But
one of the
that is-
stupidest things I can imagine. How can you control or even pretend to control what somebody thinks? And you don't think Jesus looked on a woman without lust? Or any of his
That's
disciples?
what Jesus said. That is Jesus, what Jesus said right there.
Well, first of all, we'll set aside how you think you know that this is what Jesus said. Second aside, we'll set aside whether or not it matters whether Jesus said it. I don't care who said it. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And so if somebody says, now I will say, if a man looks on a woman lustfully, he's committed adultery in his heart, is absolutely wrong. Because first of all, he's not necessarily married, and adultery is specifically a lustful or sexual action that extends beyond the bounds of marriage. So as a single person looking on a woman lustfully isn't adultery. And by the way, I put it to you that almost nobody on the planet outside of arranged marriages would have ever gotten married or had sex if they hadn't looked at someone of the opposite sex lustfully. And finally, why is it a man looking at a woman lustfully? Why isn't it a woman looking at a man lustfully, or a man looking at a man, or a woman looking at a woman? This is a misogynist. Hang on.
If you see a beautiful woman, do you just go rape her?
Andrew, I'm going to let me finish the thought. It's a misogynistic bit of language that is patently absurd. It denies something that is trivial about human nature and the way things actually work, and tries to compound it as sin. Okay? I could care less if somebody wants to call it sin. Now, go ahead.
Well, don't you think it's important to have limits on your sexual desires? Otherwise, everyone would just be raping everyone.
Really? You think people would just run around raping people?
Well, did you just rape someone?
I haven't raped anybody in the last 50-some years.
Yeah, I've never raped anybody, nor have I had the inclination to.
I've been an atheist for 20 years, so it's just amazing.
So you know that's you do.
How do you get from it's probably a good thing if people don't run around raping each other to therefore this statement about lustful thoughts is necessarily morally correct? Please make the connection between those two. How do you get from we should have some limits to what we can do to we need to have thought crime legislation? How do you get there?
What limits do atheists have?
Well, what culture? Tell me one culture that doesn't have limits. And it's, I mean, every culture on the face of the earth has limits, and they're not Christian cultures. Chinese culture has got limits. Japanese, the most secular country in the world is Japan. They have the lowest rape rate. Denmark, Sweden, very unreligious places, and they don't have any rape problem. We have much more rape in the United States
and by
than
the
they
way,
ever do in Denmark or Sweden.
Religion doesn't seem to be any kind of deterrent to rape. Are you implying that all rapists are non-Christians or non-religious? What about the priests who are raping little boys and little girls?
Where do you get your limits from?
I get my limits from a rational consideration of the consequences of my actions. That's how I determine what's moral. I get it from a foundation that says my actions have an effect on those people around me, and theirs have an effect on me. And that if we're going to live cooperatively and share space, we have to recognize that impact. And my freedom to swing my arm ends at their nose. And that I have no right to impose my will over somebody else's will in that type of scenario. That's where I get them from. It's from an understanding.
What's the punishment if you do that, then? You're just gonna die.
Andrew, I get them from an understanding of reality, not an assertion of authority. Now, what was the question?
Well, if you just do all that, let's just say you go out with a gun and you just rape a bunch of people, then you just shoot yourself, what's going to be the punishment for you?
If I go out and rape a bunch of people and shoot myself, what's going to be the punishment for me? I'll be dead.
Yeah.
I'll be dead.
It's not going to hurt. The bullet's going to go through your head in about a second. There isn't going to be any pain.
That's correct. And I'll be dead. Okay, so let's flip the script here. Let's say somebody goes around and rapes and murders somebody, and then after they're done, they get saved. What's the punishment for them?
Oh, the punishment is hell.
No, they got saved.
They got saved. Also,
are you saying that a rapist can't be saved? See, this is the problem. This is the problem with Christian religion. It establishes unrealistic and irrational and immoral criteria by which to live. And then it creates a loophole so that you don't ever have to be responsible for those actions.
Christian,
no, Andrew, shut up till I'm done. Christianity is not a moral system. It is an immoral system because it specifically says that there aren't necessarily consequences that you're going to have to pay because of a loophole. And what is the loophole? It has nothing to do with how good you are or how morally you act or anything else. It has to do with whether or not you're willing to be a sycophant to an idea. And if you are, then there is now an exception for which you no longer have to suffer a penalty for this. So the idea that secular morality offers no guarantee that people will ever pay for their crimes and their atrocities is not an argument against secular morality, because that is a tenet of Christianity. It is the foundation. The idea that the Christian God is just is directly contradicted by the idea that the Christian God is merciful. Perfect justice and any mercy are necessarily directly in contradiction, because mercy is a suspension of justice. So do not pretend that your religion is moral and just and then try to attack my position, which is based on reality, because somebody might rape people, shoot themselves ahead, and then not get punished. That's asinine.
Morality. Would you rather have a battery that delivers extra life or extra power?
I have the whole beach to come. Extra life.
I'm going to disagree.
Be viewed in a very practical way. I'd rather not be killed. I'd rather not have my stuff taken. And so I find a bunch of other people who would also rather not be killed and not have their stuff taken. And so we agree that we're not going to kill each other or take each other's stuff, and that we're going to enforce this stuff. The idea that there's no practical benefit to behaving decently is absurd. We are an empathic group, partially, but we also live in communities as a collective. And it's natural to realize that, hey, if I'm going to have to live around all these other people, some compromises are going to have to be made. I don't have the ability or the right to just run around and do whatever I want without considering the consequences to other people. However, where by and large atheist morality may differ from theistic morality, I don't have any objection to somebody doing something, an activity between consenting adults, for example, that doesn't affect anybody outside of that situation if they're enjoying it.
Okay, well, but let's say that you could, by kind of breaking from that rule.
Sure you can. Yeah, you definitely can. Slavery is incredibly beneficial to the person who owns the slaves.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why, societies for the longest time advocated slavery. So it's why the Bible advocates slavery, because the people back then realized, hey, we really benefit from being slaves. But all you have to do to find out where the moral problem lies is talk to a slave who realizes that they're not actually benefiting from this. So that you have over time developed a number of core principles, one of them being this idea of individual freedoms which end when they encroach upon the rights of others.
But you don't really know where that comes from.
It comes from me. I am the author and decider of what I consider to be moral. There is no need for an external source. I can assess a situation and determine whether or not I think a particular action in that situation is either moral according to my standards or immoral according to my standards. I am the arbiter.
It seems like it's pretty arbitrarily chosen, though, that you would say, like, all people have equality or freedom or something like that.
Well, I think that's a property of the fact that...
I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. I just think it's like, why did you pick that? Why not, pick some other rule or...
No, it's not true. It's not true, and it's not arbitrary. We didn't just say, let's go ahead and go with freedom for everybody. We learned over the course of millennia which things really are beneficial on the whole, which things encourage progress, societal health. It's not like we flipped a coin and said, yep, we're going to free the black people. That's insane. The use of the word arbitrary and the position that these are things, like we're just picking our morals out of a hat is absolutely insane. This is the result. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I rail against biblical views of ethics on a regular basis. It's because this book includes the best thinking of a bunch of Iron and Bronze Age people who thought it was okay to kill unruly children and to own slaves and to treat people as property and to go in and rape and pillage, this is the best thinking they could come up to. We have improved upon that. We have built upon what's come in the past so that we have a better understanding. The fact that we're so good at it, that it's almost intuitive to know, ooh, what he did is wrong, and we don't have to sit there and think about it, is a testament to how far we've come. Nothing about this is arbitrary. It's not just a, hey, I feel like today I'll give rights to everybody.
Well, I mean, it kind of, well, another thing, it would be like most people want to reduce the amount of suffering in the world. That's like another one that's basically, I mean, arbitrarily chosen. Why?
What makes you think that what makes you think that's arbitrary? I would like to. No. Hang on.
Limit suffering. Why not increase suffering?
Because
or keep suffering the same.
Because okay, God, this is so painful. Would you like to suffer more or less?
Less.
There you go. Was that arbitrary or was it based on your preference?
No, that's just based on I'm a mammal and I try to avoid suffering, or like I'm an animal basically.
Okay.
You just answered your own question. You just said the exact same thing that we've been saying.
But why would it be, I mean, I try to avoid suffering. Why not? Why would I want to stop others from suffering? I mean,
okay.
Oh yeah, haters. They popping out.
We're all very, very similar.
I'm about to put the camera back in one minute.
Like
Let me do a little bit
and
more
we've
blending
gotten
here.
to this point where you and I can work together to see that we suffer less. It is in your interest. It is in your best interest to assist us in ensuring that everybody suffers less. Because guess what? Here's the super thing. You're a part of everybody. You're a part of that set. You're not off by yourself saying, me versus the world, I want to suffer less, screw those people. That doesn't work. We know it doesn't work.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we tried it. Over the millennia.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate the call, Ryan.
Yeah.
Great.
Matt is hard to argue against, yo. He has just really good talking points. He's so fucking
What's just the
logical.
name of that guy you grew up with? A protein.
And then once again, when real hard
And then
Bible,
experience some reality which I have to make sense of. So it only makes sense. The only way that I can do that is to use the tools that are most reliable. And
when Bible thumpers come up against somebody who really know the Bible and ask those hard questions, they're just like, faith. And it always comes back to faith. But once again, Muslims have faith. I think Muslims have a stronger faith than Christians because they blow themselves up for what the fuck they believe in. I don't see Christians going around blowing Muslims up to strengthen the Christian faith and to weaken the Muslim faith. No. Christians ain't gonna do that. The Muslims, they don't give a fuck, yo. They going to heaven. They gonna get their fucking 47 virgins. You know what I'm saying? Chilling with Muhammad. Eating that good lamb. So their faith is way stronger than most Christians, yo. Them motherfuckers go in, like, they go in with that shit. I said, then everybody who can't answer the hard questions is just faith. Faith is not a reliable answer to truth. It's not a reliable way to get to truth, yo. You just can't get to truth just because you take something on faith. That doesn't mean it's fucking true. You just gotta have faith. Ooh, faith. I'd rather have proof. Ooh, facts. Love this sound. You normally don't get to hear just a brush and canvas, but I love it. Listen. Oh, that sound is so satisfying to me. So pleasing.
That you gotta have faith, the faith, the faith. That's why I wanted to work on some other stuff instead of this shirt. All the lines in the shirt. It's so confusing sometimes. I forget which line I'm looking at. Then I gotta do this whole thing over here. Sheesh. Sheesh. Sweet home Alabama. I'm not really from Alabama, so you know. I'm not sure if this the brush I just had. It's definitely not. I don't know why I just picked up a new brush. Guess you just gotta have faith, the faith, the faith, the ooh. That man had faith and he was gay, you know? Just pointing out the obvious over here, people. Just pointing out the obvious. I ain't gonna lie, yo, that shit looking fire, boy. Yo, my aunt's sister, son, husband. I mean, you got that shit too, bro? Word? That shit crazy. That's too many close contacts, man. That's a hell of a lot of close contacts. Let me go take a bathroom break real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Damn, 3 hours already? Jeez. This boy ain't playing today, boy. Getting that work and I'm back, bitches. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, that's call y'all bitches. Y'all know I just be playing when I say that shit, right? Whew. Yeah, real estate. Going to people's houses and all that shit. Yeah, but then somebody just sent me a link, some dude talking about oh, this is the weakest virus ever. They say that fucking 80 degrees kills the virus, sunlight kills the virus, vitamin C can kill the virus. So some people are saying like this shit is super deadly. And some people are saying like, man, this shit ain't shit, bro. And no real doctors are telling you to jack your immune system up with anything. Most people are just saying like, stay home and wash your hands. Wash your hands, don't touch your face. Like that is the best defense against the coronavirus. Clean hands. Only thing that some people are speculating is this might be some type of forced inoculation that they're going to put on us, saying that, oh, we cannot get a hang over this pandemic, but we do have a vaccine for it now that will eradicate it, and we are going to mandate everyone forcefully to take this vaccination in order to combat COVID-19. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. The vaccine alone will kill a lot of people. On top of that, it may be some other shit that they're just trying to inject us with. Some nano machines or some RFID chips, tracking device. I don't fucking know. I don't want a mandatory vaccination. That's what I'm... But if you don't, if they actually do take that strong of a next step, like if you don't have the vaccination, then you will be restricted from areas you can and cannot enter, activities you can and cannot participate in. So they're gonna, like I say, man, the political and economic fallout from this shit is going to be way more significant than the virus or the people who are infected by the virus, because this shit is gonna affect way more people who just catch it. That sleeve don't look too shabby. That shit look really wrinkly, folded like it should be. Mama, ooh, I don't wanna die tomorrow. I just killed a man. A lot of this portion of the shirt right here will be under her hair though, so there's even strands of hair that come like all the way down here, all the way down there. So like I said, that's why I wanted to get that done first before I finish the hair up. Now, we're going to move on
to the other sleeve. Still gonna have to come back and put some more highlights on that undershirt again when it dries. I said get the shirt done, go back to the top, work my way down one more time. Making some progress. This is the second weekend. Yeah, so I don't know if I work on it consistently throughout the week and next Friday and Saturday, I might be able to finish this thing up next weekend. Like I said, it's a bigger piece. We are going to do a little bit more dramatic effects to the background, so that's going to take a little bit of playing around with so I can get the effect that I hope to achieve. And so yeah, like I say, maybe hopefully by next weekend or the following, definitely in the next 2 weeks, I should be able to finish this up. But hopefully in at least a week. All right. My man say God don't like gold. Ooh, that's a lie. What happened? Oh, this that make you go to sleep music. Why is it buffering like this? What the fuck is going on? Not for me. Damn, we're almost at 4 hours already. I actually need to take a shower and do my hair. Well, wash my hair at least. Because it's almost noontime, so I'll probably go to about 12 o'clock. See how that works.
Of this nature are often opportunities to impose great our social restrictions, but similarly they're an opportunity to bring about social change. What are you observing so far?
Well, I think the words you use, I think, are striking, actually, the new normal, because I think we have to recognise this is going to be a new normal, that it's going to have a profound impact in ways that we certainly not anticipate or certainly can't understand fully yet. I think, we do have to be very mindful of history, and I think one thing that we know historically is the way in which these kind of crises do have a fundamental reordering of the nature of politics. Now, I don't know, without dwelling too much on the history, I do think it's worth pointing out that a lot of the big major changes in the history of the human condition have actually come in responses to pandemics. So if you look, for instance, at, first of all, the Black Death, when that swept right across Europe, for many people, actually, that's the birth of anti-Semitism in Europe, because Jewish people were actually blamed for actually bringing the Black Death from the Far East. And there's a very famous massacre in 1349, it was called the Valentine's Massacre, which happened in France, which went through when 3,000 Jewish people were burned. Now, that in itself, of course, the legacy of anti-Semitism from that point onwards. I do also think, if we look at then the birth of the modern societies, I know you mentioned biopolitics quite a bit in your recent post. Foucault argues that the birth of the modern state begins in response to the plague and how we need to understand and regulate and control human life. So I do think that, having a rich appreciation, first of all, of the history of pandemics is something which will perhaps guide us better into the future. Now, in terms of where we're going from this, I think you're absolutely right. We seem to be at a crossroads in our history and an appreciation in our history where we could kind of go in two different directions. The one is quite clearly a shift towards a certain creep in authoritarianism, where these temporary security measures become permanent, and that's something we need to be very alert to. The alternative might be a much more enriched planetary awakening, an ethical awakening, that makes us fully appreciative of those who are truly vulnerable in our societies. And I think if anything that this virus has done, it's made us all kind of feel a sense of maybe what we might call a mutually assured vulnerability. But also it's bringing into clear focus the people who are truly vulnerable in our societies. And there is that kind of saying, the one thing that crises truly reveal is what's already broken in a society. And it brings this clearly into focus. And the one thing we are seeing today is, these issues around food insecurity, health insecurity, things which many people are living with on a daily basis, and which we're all now kind of having to come to terms with. And if we can kind of harness that feeling, that sentimentality, that surely can be the start of the rethinking of new kind of politics.
What have you seen in the actions and edicts of the governing that gives an indication of the sort of attitudes because I suppose when you say I think that Foucault thing about like you could say that the relationship with the state begins with the pandemic, that sort of suggests that it's a kind of a reinforcement of the dynamic of the governed and the governing, that we require a sovereign when we are vulnerable. We're more likely to ascribe to a kind of to state control, submit rather to state control in times of vulnerability. What do you think about the sort of like the response of various countries, and what can we read, say, into the response of Australia, the response of New Zealand, the response of our country, and the response of America? Is there anything that you think is sort of a kind of, I don't know, a litmus test or barometer of certain attitudes towards power and the people that they govern?
Yeah, well, I think that the responses have been varied. I think if we were going to be critical, certainly the US and the UK approach in particular was not so much just kind of putting the head in the sand, but trying to ensure as much as possible that business as usual. And it seems that the profit motive was the overriding concern, and the profit above people. That became very clear in the early responses to this crisis. And, we don't want to start saying, well, there's a negligence there, but certainly more should have been done at the level of people instead of profits. Now, what could we have done differently? Well, I know there's been a lot of calls for people saying, well, just simply introduce a basic universal wage for people. So people don't have to worry about, we often find monies when we need to reinforce the military or when we need to bail out the banks. But it's, the numbers are insignificant when we think about actually just giving, everybody in the world a basic universal living wage, which would mitigate against all the economic concerns we're currently having. Now, I know it's like certain countries like Denmark, for instance, have now come out and said they're going to pay 80% of people's wages, right, during this crisis. Now, okay, this is great in time of crisis, but why not think about this beyond that? Nobody should have to live with these immediate conditions of vulnerability where a crisis like this can have so many people feeling so desperate in terms of...
Now, Andrew Yang was running for the Democratic Party as president, and goddamn, his whole platform was Universal Basic Income, UBI, UBI. Everybody said, dude, you're fucking stupid. Where will the monies come from? You can't just give everybody money every month. It'll never work. And now they're talking about a UBI, Universal Basic Income. Like, this shit is just so weird, when other people say it. When Andrew Yang was saying it, it was fucking nonsense and ridiculous. Now, we need a stimulus package because of this fucking global pandemic. Now a UBI sounds like a pretty sensible thing. To keep the homelessness rate down, which keeps medical costs down, which saves the government money, which keeps our economy stimulated when people always can have some money to purchase needed and luxury items. But nobody wasn't feeling that shit when Andrew Yang was saying it. To the point where he just like, fuck it, man, I'm dropping out the race, I'm done. Nobody's listening, running out of money, nobody cares about universal basic income, even though the world is changing. Shit is gonna get rough for the fucking average middle class family. Just wanted you guys to be prepared. And it is for them. People like, you can't give everybody money. Everybody doesn't need it. Motherfucking millionaires and billionaires definitely don't need it. Even 100,000-aires don't need it. You know what I'm saying? If you make less than $90,000 a year, you could probably use an extra couple dollars throughout the year. You know what I'm saying? Extra $1,000 a month. What? I say certain people have to say it to make it seem legit. Thank you.
That's from last night.
Smoothie time. What? Like I said, I was listening to Andrew Yang just for that. I was listening to the other guy from New Jersey. I forgot his name. Corey Holcomb, or I think his name was Corey Holcomb. But he was all about the legalization of marijuana to infuse the economy with more tax revenue from another cash crop, which is obvious because it works everywhere else that's doing it. So he was just going to make it like a national agenda, And now Jersey's set to vote for their shit again soon, I think. But we'll see how that goes. So this is Russell Brand's podcast. I'm not sure this guy who he's talking to. Who is this? Brad Evans. His title is this is what it says: Corona Revolution, Plagues and Powers. Russell Brand and philosopher Brad Evans. I did not know Brad was a philosopher. So let's continue listening to Russell Brand and Brad Evans.
No idea of the mental health, the lasting effects of the mental health issues concerning all of this kind of state of vulnerability that people are now in. So I think in terms of that response, that's clear. The other side of things in terms of then, you know, what I find particularly deeply troubling about the politicians' responses at the minute is this now complete fallback onto war metaphors. That we're now at war with an invisible enemy. And
bro, who's been in here since I made complaints about the war metaphors? Am I a philosopher? Damn, philosopher Brad Evans. I've been saying the same thing you just said since I noticed this shit my damn self. We have to fight this epidemic. We need to go to war, and it's like we're facing a tremendous battle. This war isn't over yet. And like, why do you keep using war? It's a health issue. What? I don't know. Yeah, this whole idea of like everything is a fucking war, a war. Now we have a war on the coronavirus. This is a war, uphill battle that we're facing, but we will win this war if everybody does their part as a citizen. And it's like, it's not a war. Stop using war terminology. It's so fucking ridiculous. And this is how they galvanize the mind and imprint different types of concepts into your subconscious, where they speak on having a war against a virus, where we know you don't go to war against a virus. You try to treat a virus and come up with cures for it using critical scientific research and biological testing and anything else at your disposal to come up with a cure. It's not a war. It's an intelligent scientific effort to better aid our health care systems. This isn't war. But they want to make it into this war type metaphor, this war language all the fucking time, yo. This is a warlike nation. Like I said before, look up George Carlin. I forgot what the whole stand-up is, but if you look up the clip, warlike people. George Carlin, warlike people. And he's like, we love war. Everything is about war, you know? Even now, they still push these war concepts.
This narrative of war, to me, is very dangerous because, first of all, it normalizes militarism.
Mm-hmm.
It gives over to the exception can now become the rule. And in that sense, of course, you know, this idea that we're fighting some invisible killer,
Mm-hmm.
you know, this becomes something which really embeds down on security. And your point about then, okay, we need the sovereign state, you know, okay, we can say, well, what is the purpose of security? Well, to protect its citizens, right? But protecting citizens in this context surely has to be the protection of global citizens, not the protection of some nation's citizens.
Making it into a global issue.
But we have to go further than this, you know, because this idea now, and I think this is one of the things that's also becoming apparent to us in this time, is that this idea that politics begins with security is complete misnomer. Politics begins with our concern for our loved ones, for our families, for our friends. So before we even give any sense of meaning to security, we need to know what love means. We need to know what compassion means. We need to know what empathy means. because that's what brings security really into focus for us. So in that sense, of course, politicians are going to the war metaphor, talking about security. What we need to be talking about much more richly is, what does community now mean in the 21st century? Now we face these kind of crises. And to take seriously an idea of a politics of love, because that's what's been completely missing from the world up until now.
Thank you. The one of the, I'm sure you're aware of the sort of heartening, spontaneous community actions that are emerging, people taking meds to vulnerable neighbours and making sure that people have got food in their community. These principles of self-organisation are being deployed, and these are grassroots movements, not directed by, certainly not by the state, and I don't even think by any kind of big charity organisations. I'm sure there are things, but what sort of strikes me as interesting is the way that people are intuitively mobilising. You said earlier about the crisis reveals what's already broken, and I think it's, for me, has been interesting to see how many of the things that we take for granted are in fact conceptual, held together by faith-based structures, whether that's sort of entire national economies or significant transnational enterprises like airlines, that everything is sort of, that these houses are all made of straw, that once you stop investing, that if the economy slows down, it can't be sustained or withstood, or a crisis cannot be withstood, precisely because of the revelation of a kind of detachment. And so there's not, when you talk about politics of love, what I feel like is, that's the way that that's sort of critiqued is always as if it's mawkish, sentimental, kind of unintellectual. But actually, it's this, as you say, it's kind of the deepest reality we experience. One of the things I'm curious about, Brad, is how people will, in 12 weeks or 16 weeks, assuming that this is successfully managed in spite of the obvious sort of tragedy and disruption that it's causing, do you think that people are going to just willingly go back to their jobs, or can you envisage a kind of geological stratification, like this point of time is running through all of our consciousness, this moment when we all stopped working, all stopped consuming, all stopped travelling? Can you see that a further positive impact emerging?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that the geological will certainly be out of our control, in the sense that we have to insist upon governments that this doesn't actually create permanent isolation, permanent planetary. Because the one thing actually that the virus has shown actually really don't matter. Now, populations for us, we can kind of say, well, okay, we need these temporary lockdowns, but what we surely need going forward actually is the opening up of all borders, because to combat these kind of viruses, we need truly global cooperation. These kind of issues affect us all, and we need to have a much more rigorous understanding. Where I do think we might have a hope, a more profound shift, is in the ecological conditions of life. We're all now living in what we might effectively call a climate of fear, a climate of anxiety, a climate of insecurity. And those ecological conditions of life, how we make sense of the atmospheres in which we are now living in, how we look forward in 12 weeks' time, there is a danger that atmosphere could become very toxic. We could be looking for blame, we could be looking for scapegoats, we could be looking for... Whereas actually, if we kept hold of how we're feeling now, and we talk about, you say this kind of idea of the politics of love as being very sentimental. There's nothing sentimental about the current condition in which we're living, and what we are seeing is people actually recognizing this is really where we're at. And I think this is perhaps part of the surrealism of it as well, because I often find myself watching the news, and it's kind of, I don't know how healthy this is sometimes to watch the 24-hour news coverage, right? Because you yourself become more and more, you see the news presenters are equally trying to just grapple with what the hell's going on without any answers, and they're looking just as worried as anybody else. Often the news reporters are meant to reassure you the things that are actually not so bad, right? But you see in their faces, they're looking more and more anxious, more insecure about things. And the thing that I find surreal is I've almost seen this before, but it's been on Hollywood. We've seen this we've lived this reality before in a simulacrum, or Baudrillard would call a simulacrum. But now we're actually living it, and we know it's real, and we know it's certain. And how we can mobilize that going forward, I think, will be absolutely crucial to preventing not only these kinds of outbreaks happening again, because they might happen again, but how we respond to them better, but to ensure that the world doesn't become more fragmented as a result of it. And I think that's the real danger.
Well, one question I've been thinking about is the balance between centralized power and the necessity for there to be centralized response. It seems like in medicine, the judiciary, I don't know, law and order, and the sort of absence of community that has preceded this crisis, and the sort of long-term castration of most of us. The lack of civic life. That Hannah Arendt quote that in the sort of post-Enlightenment thinking that led to the end of civil discourse, and that we're now, whilst we appear together in public, we're just sort of living our private lives in public. There's no sense that we're holding communities together, that we're engaged in the sustenance and survival of our group, community or tribe. I'm interested in, people, when I talk about like anarcho-syndicalism, we should live more tribally, we should live in groups of 150 that are completely democratic and self-governing, a kind of confederacy, and people say, no, there needs to be more centralisation so that you can respond to a crisis of this nature. Where do you fall in that debate, and what complexities are there that I'm missing?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think centralisation of power is never a good thing. I think what matters more, as you actually rightly point out, I think, Russell, is what type of communities and cultures are produced through the organisation of certain regimes of power. Now, what I mean by that, of course, we know across the world that sometimes some of the most vibrantly caring and rich social communities registered as the poorest economically. People still look out for one another. People still care for one another. It's what the critical development theorist Mark Duffield has called actually existing development. Right? So people still actually care for one another despite the hardship, because they know they can rely on one another. Now, one thing we've found, and there's been many studies done about the ways in which our capitalist, individualist societies have destroyed notions of community. And maybe this is one of the realizations which is now biting us back. It's kind of saying, because I was watching the news earlier, and there was this, this old lady chatting on there and saying her biggest fear is dying alone. And this idea of dying alone, but we have, created societies which are premised on notions of alienation, based on individualization, based on, I'll be okay, Jack, right? But because I'm in a competition and I need to look after myself. And in that sense, I think what this kind of is revealing is how much we are at just the very basic level of the human condition so dependent on one another that we cannot live as an island. And we have to kind of, recognize this. And that has to be perhaps the stark lesson. It's almost like a crash course for us now in the need for community. And I think that is, it shouldn't be a revelation to us, but it is a revelation that we're having to encounter once again.
There's a firm anthropological slap that we've received, a kind of stark reminder that we've embedded ourselves in these individualised systems when for hundreds of thousands and in some form millions of years we've lived as tribal, communal animals, and now in our pristine cells of comfort, wherever we fall on the social spectrum, perhaps there are nasty little cells of discomfort if we're economically underserved. Now what do we do when the rules change? I wonder, Brad, I speculate sometimes on what, when a decision's made, for example, I was talking to a friend who, because of course we're all experts in coronavirus now. I was talking to a friend, and he said that it was interesting that Boris Johnson recommended that small businesses, restaurants, etc. closed rather than mandated that they closed. If they closed, they would be able to claim insurance. If they don't do that, if it's not mandated, they can't claim insurance, and that's sort of another indication of the attitude that underwrites policy. There is more revelation there about who is being served, and that, of course, in this crisis, the conservation of the system itself will be a priority. I wonder what kind of concerns there are of civil unrest. I wonder what kind of concerns there are about about people utilising this crisis as an opportunity to bring about social change, to present new ideas, to confront people with, well, look at your reality, look at how we were living, the sort of the drudgery of what your mate Paul calls like lanyard slavery or whatever, like indentured lanyard servants, people just in and out of city office blocks. You know, like it's. For me, it's, of course, there are beautiful things that community spirit is revealed, and our care for one another and our love for one another. But also, there's something I feel being taught about the essential nature of our systems and what is prioritised. And I suppose I'm asking, do you not get into conspiracy territory, but do you imagine that there are quite fearful conversations taking place in high levels of government about what that this could be sort of a pivotal point for civil unrest and change?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think so. 2 points on there, Russell. I think the first point actually you make, and I think we shouldn't actually get away from this. Actually, first of all, is insurance, right? Because I think one of the clearest mechanisms for what does it mean to be secure in our current system? Well, it means to have insurance, right? The ability to so-called bounce back from catastrophes and crisis. But we know the most vulnerable people who are prone to catastrophe and crisis can never get the premiums they need, right? So that is the irony of, you know, those who can afford it can pay for the insurance, even though they're less likely to ever succumb to the types of catastrophes. And I think, so that in itself, there's a clearly hidden politics, even to the very idea of insurance. And that shows how economized our understanding of security clearly is, right? Now, in terms of the civil unrest question, again, I think we need to look, you know, one of the things which has been very striking, it has been the remarkable dignity which a lot of people have been showing. You know, there's the panic buy-in stuff, and you can say, okay, there's something which is completely not right about that, but I think some of the panic buy-in is understandable, just because of the way in which the government has been badly managing the, you know, even the public announcements in terms of, so some of that panic buy-in is, it's easy to deride people who panic buy, but, you know, people are really deeply concerned, so okay, we can understand some of the logics of that, even if we don't agree with it. To me, if we look historically, however, like for instance, if you look in a recent case a few years back in Haiti, when there was the major disaster there was only genuine civil unrest in Haiti after they militarized the streets. So it's almost like by militarizing the streets, you invite a counter-protest, because people then go from feeling like I'm going to self-isolate because there's a catastrophe going on, to now feeling actually I'm now living in a military state. And I think the danger for civil unrest and protest will come in the real face of physical symbols of violence on the street, which is militarization. And I think that's where then there might be a danger that people will start to realize there's something more at work politically here, and we're simply not happy with this. And I think that's where there might be a danger in the kind of dynamic taking place there.
Those are
At
old
some point
conversations.
amidst the pandemic, we have to reach for what positives we can. Already in the United Kingdom, and I'm sure across the world, spontaneous community groups are emerging. People are helping one another. People are helping the vulnerable. And as Brad Evans said in the podcast I did with him, Under the Skin, yesterday, it shows how far we've fallen that surprises us. Hey, people are like starting groups to help people who can't get medicine and people that are trapped in flats. Wow! Human kindness. Like, have you seen some of those poems and things that are passed around, like a letter from COVID-19, as if the whole thing has been orchestrated to arrest us, to bring us into suspension, and all those things we thought were impossible, stopping air travel, stopping schools, staying inside, reflecting for a while, suddenly seem feasible. Now, I don't want to seem like I'm being glib or dismissive if you're in a position where you're suffering, if you're like, I'm scared about my job, I'm scared about my future, I'm scared about vulnerable members of my family. But in a sense, it is a revelatory fear as opposed to a newly ignited fear. What I mean to say is, weren't you already, like I was, slightly fearful that we were living in an unconscious way? That what's happened really is things that were submerged are now becoming present, that we're beginning to understand vulnerability, frailty, obligation, and that we're operating within systems that are somewhat unreal. So much of our time, work, labour is undertaken in order to service ideas that don't necessarily benefit us. To put this into clear economic terms, there's a libertarian philosopher whose name I've obviously forgotten. I'm not going to start accurately citing resources at a time like this, not in the middle of this gentle emergent apocalypse. He says, like, 30 to 40 to maybe even 50% of your working day, you are working for whoever takes your tax, presumably the state, the government. So for 3 hours of every working day, you don't work for whoever you think you work for, if you're self-employed or you work for the NHS. That's tax. That's going towards the government, because there's a contract between us and the government that they'll provide utilities and primarily safety and justice and all of these various ideas that have emerged over the progress of our kind. And in order to be umbrellaed by that contract, we need to contribute tax. But furthermore, there are other enormous entities that tax us similarly. I speculated yesterday, where does Amazon's enormous profit come from, or Facebook's enormous profit come from? Do they suck it from the intelligence of Zuckerberg and Bezos? No, of course not. This profit comes from us, from all of us. So for a further hour or two a day, we are working to sustain transnational corporations. Now, we've for a long while known that there are ecological consequences for it. It's damaging to the planet. Even if you are one of the people that's not down with climate change science for whatever reason and say, it's the rhythms of the earth, you would have to say surely that it's better not to be regarding the earth entirely as a resource, but as something we are in symbiotic relationship with. Similarly, the mental health crisis, the addiction crisis, all ruptures and ruptions and emanations of disconnection and discontentment. I'm a long way from saying the coronavirus is a positive thing. I'm, like you, scared of it, scared of what it means, scared of the unknown. But because of my own life, I have been forced to live by spiritual principles. Spiritual principles essentially mean love is important, kindness is important, compassion is important, I am not important, my ego is not important. You know, don't you, the Isaiah quote, and I'm not hitting you with raw Christianity here from the Abrahamic forefathers, but fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by your name, you are mine. When I saw that in a prison in Brixton where I was doing a poem, not doing time, I felt comforted. Fear not, because fear is what I felt. I felt relieved to not be in fear. Oh, tell me why I don't need to be afraid, because I am afraid. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. What does redeem mean? Forgive, salvation. Okay, so I'm redeemed. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I've called you by your name. Your name, Russell, Stephen, Josh, whoever you are, you have been called by your name. Okay, this is good. So it's not just a generic thing. You are, at the final part of the verse, I've called you by your name, you are mine. Fear not, for I've redeemed you, I've called you by your name, you are mine. The reason we don't have to be afraid is we don't belong to ourselves anymore. We don't belong to our individual wants and desires. Where are people finding comfort? Service, taking care of one another, being newly aware, newly conscious, again reminded of how much I love my parents and the older people in my life and the vulnerable people in my life and the people that have got sick kids in the world and the people that are experiencing this. It wasn't that always more important than how many likes I get or how much money I earn or whether my party's in quite the right place, which still, even amidst the pandemic, can give me pause for thought, should the party be more in the centre? This reminds us of significance. Please I remind you again, I ain't being glib about the consequences and the strain on the various global health services and the fear and suspicion we have of our leaders, and that sense that the oratory they display publicly is somewhat at odds with the private closed room, panelled walls, leather seats, oak doors conversations that they may be having. Are they having different conversations there than the tub-thumping militaristic oratory that we experience behind the podiums beset with flags? I sense that we are. Brad Evans, also in the Under the Skin podcast that I've done the other day, pointed out that the use of military language could be understood as a coded way of introducing literal militarization in the streets by saying, oh, we've got a war against coronavirus. It's not just galvanizing and, you know, sort of sub-Churchillian rhetoric, or Trump with his the Chinese viruses will be banished from our shores. Again, it shows that there is almost, even with the, you know, the literal chemical coronavirus, there is not just one coronavirus. There's what we project onto the coronavirus. There is the mobilization and utilization of the coronavirus. In one militarized, industrialized colonial power, it is a foreign enemy. In another, it's a resource for militarization. In Australia, for example, don't hoard toilet roll, but it's okay to hoard. It's not Australian. Stop it, which I kind of liked hearing when I heard it. Because, you know, because me coming from an ancient land like England, what do you mean not Australian? What is Australian? What are the essential qualities of Australia? Lots of people live here even before we got here. So, you know, it's okay to, it's not cool to hoard toilet roll, but it is cool to hoard billions. Oh man, this is an interesting time of significant awakening, and like you, I don't know what the fuck's going on or what the fuck's going to happen. All I know is I've got mates that are hypochondriacs, and they're loving this shit. Oh, finally, it's actually happening. This is a wet dream for you hypochondriacs, isn't it? Well, now you've got something to worry about. And what about the obsessive compulsive? I've got mates that are OCD, the washing their hands. I'm sort of enjoying the no contact a little bit. Like, you know, like when you, because I never know whether to shake hands or fist bump or high five. Now there's nothing. Right, mate? Like that at least. Let us reach for positives in this. Let us recognise that we never knew. We did, on some level, intuit that things weren't going the right way. During Brexit, what were we worried about during Trump? And I know both of those things have political connotations and implications in this new environment, but what is being revealed to us, in my humble, at a time like this, humble opinion, is a deeper reality, and a deeper reality that's also present in us, that we're going to need individually and collectively to go beyond what we believe reality should be, accept what reality is, and see what new emergent realities could be created from the crucible of this chaos. The Buddhists say, don't they, chaos, and we're like, oh shit, chaos. But how much do you want your old life back? How much do you want your old life back? And I'm not being dismissive about vulnerable relatives or economic impediments that you may currently be experiencing. I'm simply saying, how do you imagine the new world? How do you imagine the world that emerges after this one? Are you going to happily get back onto the trains? Are you going to happily go back to the course? Am I going to happily go back to pumping out content primarily for money? What are we going to do? How are we going to review this? Because as you know, I've long believed in the possibility of revolution and change. As you know, I've assumed that revolution is coming. And we don't know what form of cataclysm is going to provide the serendipitous carpet upon which we will walk to a new world, and what it will feel like, and how for a while it may seem like crisis. So, I suppose what we must do is what we can to be positive to one another, try and keep up sense of humour, and remember, we don't know what's best or what will emerge from this. Your comments and questions underneath so that we can remain in constant dialogue, because hey, social media, that's what we've got now instead of handshakes. Thank God.
At Wendy's, we got you with open drive-through.
Alright, I'll probably take a break for a little while.
Loaded with a bacon double stack, and all this for just $5. It's a big deal at a small price. Drive.
I need to wash my hair anyway. But as you can see, the shirt is starting to come along nicely. It does have those ribs or ridges throughout her shirt, so you know the kind of shirts. So definitely just trying to I'll play with the lines and make sure it looks believable. So I'm at a pretty decent stopping point here. I think we did 4 hours. Probably come back in later this afternoon or early this evening and do a couple more hours and see if I can't finish this shirt up. If I can get that shirt finished, if I can finish the shirt, the next thing I'll do is go back and finish her hair out. Then after I finish adding the first set of details to the hair, I'll go and paint the white part of the canvas. I actually want to paint that white. So, finish the shirt, work on the hair, and then paint the white on the outside. And then after I do that, we're going to work on the gold leaf. Because this is just ink right here. It does have a good luster to it, but it's not like that gold gilded leafing. So, and then plus we have a idea of having the circle kind of explode and dissipate from the edges. So I want to work on that and get that to look nice before I actually finish everything else. Because even though once I do this area of the shirt and add details to her hair, I want to come over it one more time, add the final, touch-ups and highlights and make sure all my lines and everything are straight. So before I do the final layer of paint for the portrait, I want to make sure that background is done and it looks nice and it's not going to interfere with the final part of the painting. So all my brushes are clean. Are they? I don't think I cleaned this one. Yeah, that's clean. Alright, clean that one off. Turn this heater and this speaker off. Turn off the laptop. Alright guys. Get with y'all later. Peace.